All right. We are live from Annapolis, the Environment and Transportation Committee. I am your friendly chairman, Kumar Barve. I'm joined by the more friendly vice chairman, Dana Stein, and the wonderful members of my committee. We have a lot of bills. Fortunately, we do not have 121 witnesses as we did on Friday. We have 80 witnesses, so that's still an improvement, right? Okay, so here's the order of the bills. The first bill is going to be a Montgomery County House Delegation Bill 918, followed by House Bill 265, Delegate Grammer, followed by 878, the Howard County Delegation, and 885, also the Howard County Delegation. 1146, which is being introduced by Delegates Terraza and Lehman. House Bill, and this is sort of Marvin Holmes Day in Environment and Transportation. We've got the following bills from Marvin Holmes: 1052, 1060, 1061, 1069, 1072, 1097. Oh, that's it. Okay, Marvin's kind of slacking on the job here. Then after that, we have 1064, Delegate Stein, 1077, Delegate Charles, 1108, Delegates Charles and Henson, and the final bill of the afternoon will be 1140, Delegate Adams. I have a pre-arranged appointment that I have to attend to at 4 o'clock. So at 4 o'clock, roughly, the vice chairman of the committee will take over. And if he needs to leave, I think he might have a bill in another committee himself, then Delegate Ann Healy will take over from him. And so here we go. House Bill 918. I understand that Delegate Al Carr, former member of our committee, is going to present that bill. Al, take it away. You've got 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Always good to be back. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the awesome Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Al Carr, and I'm pleased to present House Bill 918 on behalf of the Montgomery County Delegation. This is a local bill that received a unanimous favorable vote from our delegation. It's intended to address an equity issue in cable and broadband service. Most people like me residing in Montgomery County who live in a single family home or a townhome have a choice of either 2 or 3 wired broadband providers. But apartment building tenants are often limited by their landlord to a single provider, which means they pay higher prices and receive inferior service. House Bill 918 would guarantee that tenants could have access to multiple providers. It mirrors legislation that's been on the books for decades in other jurisdictions. In our delegation hearing, we heard from a diverse group of witnesses in support of the bill, including tenants and tenant organizations, a cable company, the former cable administrator for Anne Arundel County, and there was opposition from 2 organizations representing landlords. The bill before you is the result of good faith negotiations with AOBA, the preeminent landlord organization in the DMV that already lives under these rules in Washington, D.C. The FCC did recently rule on this issue, which confirms the problem. And House Bill 918 is still needed because the FCC ruling could always be overturned in court or it could be reversed by a future administration. So I'll ask for your favorable report.
Thank you very much, Delegate Carr. There's only 2 other people who are signed up to testify: Aaron Greenfield, who's against, and Ryan Washington with AOBA, who is signed up informationally. So let's go through all of them and then we'll entertain questions. Aaron Greenfield, welcome back to the committee. Aaron, you got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield on behalf of MMHA. We're here opposed to this bill. You have our written testimony. This legislation threatens a resident's access to high quality, affordable cable services by dissuading and disincentivizing the partnership-based models enjoyed by housing providers and cable service providers. I don't necessarily agree with the sponsor that one single provider equals higher prices and inferior service. In fact, we see just the opposite. These commercial arrangements promote greater investment in building infrastructure, which improves the quality of service and cost for residents. We have some practical concerns with this bill. For instance, it allows any resident to request cable service without approval from the owner of the property. A resident could allow any contractor into the premises to wire that unit without the property owner's approval. And installation of cable service in a specific unit will require access to adjoining units to run cable and hardware. Those residents could oppose access. This could lead to property chaos and give the resident complete control of the premises and various areas of the property and remove the control of the property owner. A housing provider's standard lease grants no such control or waiver of control. We have concerns about the topic of compensation and what competitively neutral and non-discriminatory means, who determines that based upon a tenant's unilateral decision. And as the sponsor did mention, just on February 15th, the FCC announced new rules to unlock the competition. And we firmly believe that rather than legislating this in one specific county in one specific state, we should really just defer to the FCC and allow it to do its due diligence given its experience. With that, we request an unfavorable report.
Okay, and offering to testify informationally is Ryan Washington with AOPA. Ryan, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yep.
I'll be very quick with my comments. I would like to reflect, our concerns are very similar to MMHA's, and that AOPA does not oppose this legislation because we feel that FCC has already prohibited these practices that the bill attempts to prohibit. Further, we found that exclusive access agreements or practices that bar a cable company from providing service to apartment community is not something AOPA members are engaged in currently, since the ruling was established in 2007. We received information from 21 multifamily property management companies operating in Montgomery County. 50% indicated that they have only one cable company on site because a second cable company has not been indicated interest or wanted to express interest in installing infrastructure on the property. Other reasons include lack of resident interest or they're willing to work on going onto the property to provide that service because of the lack of the interest. After contacting member companies, we learned that one company with 4,500 units across 10 communities has been working with the second cable provider since 2008 to install the necessary infrastructure on the properties. And they anticipate the date is sometime during the first quarter of this year. We have another company that worked with the second cable provider to survey the layout of the property and assess installation needs of the cable company. And they determined that they will need to install in between 8 and 9 communities. A third company with more than 30 properties across the state is working with the cable company to initiate the installation of the company's infrastructure. I highlight these projects because it's critical that property management companies and other property owners be involved in these large-scale installation projects. But the bill seems to leave the decision to have an alternative cable provider entirely up to the resident. This does cause concern and bring up questions of liability and generally how the installation will work in practice, including digging, drilling, and potential to access multiple residents. And with that, I am open for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. We have a question from, we have a number of questions. We've got the first question from Delegate Vaughn Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you all this afternoon. It's no secret that I support the bill. I've already voted for it. Obviously, the Montgomery County delegation, I do think we had a good discussion within the delegation, within the subcommittee on the bill. But my question was going to be to the bill sponsor to ask him to address MMHA's remaining concerns. But now it sounds like, maybe AOPA also, though they're not necessarily opposed to the bill, also has some criticisms of it as well. So I just wanted to give Delegate Carr an opportunity to give his thoughts on some of the remaining issues.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Stewart, for that great question. So yeah, I think, really the organization that is most familiar with our market in Montgomery County is AOPA, because they operate in the DMV, quote unquote, no disrespect to MMHA, but they're a statewide organization And, some of those other jurisdictions are not very similar to Montgomery County. Like Baltimore City, for example, only has one provider. A lot of other jurisdictions are like that. So, I did work closely with AOBA and addressed their main concerns, with the bill as it came into our delegation. My good friend, Mr. Greenfield, and his Baltimore-based organization, had about 3 or 4 different versions of his opposing testimony. It kept changing, and it's changed yet again. But a lot of the points he brings up were asked and answered in the hearing that happened back in December. We had the former cable administrator from Anne Arundel County, who lived under these rules for 20 years in Anne Arundel County, and these hypothetical issues did not arise in any of that time. In any case, I think a lot of these were asked and answered, and as you'll notice from the written testimony, AOBA did drop their opposition as a result of the good faith interactions that we had.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Mr. Greenfield. I know this is a local bill, and the Montgomery delegation had extensive discussions about it. Did you weigh in on with the delegation at all before now?
Yes, I did. And to the sponsor's point, our testimony did change because the bill itself changed. This bill started off with an incredibly broad definition of tenant and had other issues that, to the sponsor's credit, he worked on. But yes, we did have those conversations. We opposed it early on. And we, in fact, do have members in Montgomery County and Prince George's County, despite our address.
Thank you.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Delegate Carr. And first of all, thank you, Delegate Carr, for bringing this bill. I too supported it when it came before the delegation. I think it's a great bill. I think it's a great idea. But in the discussions of this bill, could you address, there was a letter from the Maryland judiciary about this bill, opposing it. And could you address some of the concerns raised by the judiciary in that letter?
Thank you, Delegate. Yeah, that's a great question. So the Maryland judiciary did submit a letter of opposition to the bill, and they did not participate in the delegation process, but the bill is a little different. They don't really like local bills, I guess, but my response to that point is, as Speaker Mike Bush used to say, we are the policymakers. So, we're the ones who are going to decide whether something's a local, is a one county policy or a statewide policy. And this bill would not set a precedent. There are a number of other instances in the real property article that apply to only a single county. So we're not breaking any new ground. They also had a concern about the language for the remedy when there's an aggrieved party and they want us to get relief from a court. The way the bill is written, they would go to district court, but I'm sure we could tweak that or adjust that in a way that would work. In our judicial process, I'm not a lawyer, but we do need a way for the bill to be enforceable. So that's the purpose of that. But I'm sure we could tweak that language.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, this is just involving Montgomery County and doesn't have an effect anywhere else.
Local bill, correct.
Right, thank you.
Delegate Healy would like a second bite at the apple, but she'll have to unmute herself first.
I tried to turn it off. It didn't work. I'll try again.
Oh, do you have a question? Apparently not. Okay. All righty then. Delegate Jacobs has a question.
If I missed this, I apologize, but Delegate Carr, did you say what the vote was in the Montgomery delegation?
Yes, thank you, Delegate. It was actually a unanimous favorable report in the Montgomery County House delegation.
All righty then. Any other questions for any of the witnesses or the sponsor? Seeing none, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 918. Al, you're free to go. Next up, Delegate Grammer has House Bill 265.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear and see you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Robin Grammer to present House Bill 265. House Bill 265 alters the qualifications used to determine standing for community associations when seeking relief for nuisance actions in Baltimore County. This is a Baltimore County delegation bill. If the bill looks familiar, it was originally Senator Sidnor's bill, which I went on to sponsor in the House. This bill has passed both the House and the Senate, but not in the same year. The section of code was enacted in 1997 in response to growing problems of community blight in Baltimore County, and our county was one of several to put in place similar language to deal with community blight issues. However, the current language of the section is prohibitive to functional use of the statute. Specifically, the household dues and bonding requirements under the code make it impractical and out of step with how community associations currently work. Baltimore County has massive and growing problems with community blight, and most frequently, the problems center around health-related issues, and specifically those related to trash and rats. One problematic actor can create a huge problem for a street or community. The section of code exists for a purpose, and it should be functional. This bill attempts to make it functional so that we can attempt to address community blight issues that impact the more poor communities of the county. Thanks for the opportunity to present House Bill 265. We'd be happy to take questions, and we're asking for a favorable report from the committee. Thanks so much.
All right, Delegate Grammer, I'm going to take the opponent, Francis Taylor, who signed up, obviously unfavorable, and then we will entertain questions. So welcome to the committee, Francis. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, everybody. My name is Francis Taylor. I'm writing in opposition to HB 265 as proposed. I'm president of the North Point Peninsula Council that has been representing our community for 51 years. More than ever, it is critical to have verifiable evidence that a community association legitimately represents the community. The language "other organization" on page 1, line 21 is too broad a term. It lacks and needs definition. The NPC currently meets the requirements of the existing bill. We recognize the challenges other legitimate associations might have meeting this goal. That's on page 1, line 22. It is imperative that community associations have a verifiable membership. Page 2, line 6. Dues are a way that residents participate and passively support the organization. It is not enough for an organization to say, without putting any effort or outreach, that they represent the community. Again, page 2, line 20 lists other organizations. It needs defined. A group of 2 or more organizations is a coordinating council, not a community association. Page 2, line 23. It is comprised of community associations outside the required boundaries. It in itself is not a community association as defined in the bylaws and charters of the individual associations. In addition, Baltimore County is a vital partner to community associations, and their acknowledgement that an organization is legitimate is a critical tool used by community associations, citizens, and government agencies. Page 2, line 14. It is important to keep this requirement. Thank you for your time and consideration of these comments. Community associations are focused on a broad number of issues in their respective communities, and I can't stress enough, now more than ever, verifiability of community support and participation. Please don't change the current definition or requirements of a community association. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. We have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Delegate Grammer, this is really about blight issues, right? Allowing community associations to address blight.
Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And so I wondered if you would want to address MMHA submitted unfavorable testimony, and they say, by repealing specific criteria defining a community association, the bill provides potentially disassociated and distant neighborhoods the ability to halt projects, especially ones which already have the necessary local government entitlements. Did you want to address that at all?
So these very issues were discussed in this part of the statute going back to 1997. In fact, several of the pieces of statute that are changed in this bill today, which again was not originally drafted by myself, were debated and have been debated for over 20 years. And the people who initially advocated for this legislation lost, and these parts of the statute were retained. And here we are 20 years later, arguing for the fix of the same exact problems. And we've had 20 years to reflect on this. And to be fair, the arguments that are sitting in the original bill file have proven to be valid, because the statute, which is structured as it is, it precludes the ability of, frankly, it's the more poor communities. It precludes them completely from using this. So I respectfully, I would disagree. I think time and the reality of trying to work through these problems has really put forward the need to reform this section of code. So I think in that case, I would respectfully disagree. And if you're interested, I think the original bill file from 1997 has some really interesting arguments related to the topic.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next question goes to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Grammer. I just want to clarify, you said this exact same bill passed once in the House and once in the Senate, and if so, when and what was the vote?
Nearly unanimous on both the House and the Senate. And I'm sorry, I don't remember the year, but I can find that for you and I'll forward it over to you via email if that's okay.
Yeah, and when we say year, recently, correct? Because you said this was
we nearly got it through in 2020, if I recall, and then COVID hit and everything kind of went sideways. But I'll get the specific bills to you so you can refer to that.
Thank you, Delegate Grammer. And again, is in this bill today is the exact same form as each bill that passed in the House and the Senate?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for the sponsor or the opponent?
Mr. Chair, could I say something else?
Actually, no, that's
Okay,
not the way we.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no. Okay, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 265. We'll proceed to the two Howard County local bills. House Bill 878 will be first.
Okay.
And
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the esteemed Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Terrassa, here to present local Howard County bill. And I'd like to say for the record, I think this is Delegate Terrassa Day also, because I have 3 in front of you today. House Bill 878, Howard County Department of Housing and Community Development Housing Opportunities Trust Fund, which is HOCO 522, establishes a non-reverting special fund promoting affordable housing for households with income no more than 80% of the median income in Howard County. It establishes a minimum of 50% must benefit households with no more than 50% of the county median income, and a minimum of 40% must benefit households with an income of no more than 30% of the county's median income. The fund must be used to provide assistance to renters and first-time home buyers, develop and improve affordable housing and rental assistance, increase accessibility of housing to low-income households, and funding sources come from money appropriated to the county budget, gifts and grants to the fund, payments on loans from the fund, and fund earnings. The Housing Opportunities Trust Fund will be administered by the Howard County Department of Housing and Community Development. The department testified in support of this bill because there's a significant unmet need for housing in Howard County for people with limited income. The department must provide an annual report for the fund activity to the county council, county executive, and the delegation. The Howard County delegation's letter of support has been sent to the committee, and I urge a favorable report.
okay, thank you very much. Let me call on the first witness who's testifying in favor, Jackie Eng, with the Howard County Housing Affordability Coalition. Jackie, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman Stein. It is a pleasure to testify here on behalf of the Howard County Housing Affordability Coalition. We're comprised of 65 individuals and nonprofit organizations that advocate within the county to increase the availability of housing and accessible to households with limited or fixed incomes. We strongly appreciate the Howard County delegation introducing this legislation and strongly urge support of HB 878. The need for affordable housing, rental housing, and homeownership opportunities in Howard County has been well documented, most recently in our 2021 Housing Opportunities Master Plan, and is background generated for the current initiative that will update the county's general plan. The Housing Master Plan specifically recommends creation of a trust fund, which is a formal, coordinated, and predictable structure for allocating housing funding. HB 878 is a critical first step in establishing such a fund and enabling the county's Department of Housing and Community Development to put in place the administrative structure to ensure the legislation's goal of equitable access to affordable housing for households of limited income. The $121,000 median income, the $2,300 average two-bedroom apartment rent, and the $509,000 resale price of a home in our county present extraordinary barriers to too many of our community's households. Our county studies related to economic growth and quality of life have observed that much of the current and future economic success of the county depends on its continuing to be an appealing place to live and work, which means continued investment in first-tier infrastructure, education, transportation, and most certainly housing. Housing trust funds have been used successfully in other jurisdictions across the country, and particularly in neighboring jurisdictions, to support clear action plans that facilitate an affordable housing vision and long-term strategies. Importantly, a non-reverting housing trust fund will provide a vehicle enabling diversified, including private funding that can augment county contributions to ensure that the fund is sustainable over the long term.
Jackie, if you could begin to wind up your testimony, the committee would appreciate that.
We urge the committee to issue a favorable report, and we appreciate the opportunity to present this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Christiana Rigby. Christiana, are you with us? And if you are, you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
I am. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm Christiana Rigby, and I have the honor of serving and representing District 3 on the Howard County Council. I'm here to express my strong support for HB 878. It would create a non-reverting special fund in Howard County with the goal of promoting and investing in affordable housing opportunities. Specifically, this legislation will allow Howard County government to direct funds to affordable housing initiatives year after year, which will enhance our ability to provide rental and down payment assistance, construct new affordable units, and improve the quality of existing affordable housing options. And importantly, at least half of the expenditures from this fund will benefit families who are at or below 50% of our area median income. This legislation is incredibly important to our efforts to address the severe lack of affordable housing in Howard County. According to the American Community Survey data for Howard County, 38% of renter households are cost burdened, and roughly 19% of renter households are severely burdened by the cost of housing. And at the same time, the cost of purchasing a home and renting an apartment has risen drastically. This trajectory is simply unsustainable. Addressing these housing challenges will require all levels of government to directly invest in affordable housing opportunities. Thank you for your consideration of this legislation, and I respectfully encourage a favorable report.
Thank you. Next, let's call up Kelly Cimino. Kelly, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. First, I apologize for my very hoarse voice. I'm getting over a cold. I'm Kelly Simoneau, Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. On behalf of County Executive Calvin Ball and the administration, I am testifying in support of House Bill 878, which would establish a Housing Opportunities Trust Fund. We would like to thank Delegate Feldmark for her leadership on this bill and the Howard County delegation for sponsoring it. As Jackie Eng and Christiana Rigby mentioned, we completed the Housing Opportunities Master Plan last summer. This was our first comprehensive housing plan in more than 10 years. This plan emphasizes the importance of our residential options to provide a greater diversity of housing types for a greater diversity of income levels. The Housing Trust Fund would be an important tool to address the critical housing infrastructure needs facing Howard County. The fund would be administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development to promote and support equitable, geographically dispersed, and affordable rental and for sale housing opportunities throughout the county, and assist in alleviating the difficulties of many low and moderate income households, including seniors and persons with disabilities, to obtain and maintain housing that meets their needs, to meet their needs at cost they can afford, and to meet these needs by providing funding for rental housing development, preservation, rehabilitation, rental assistance, home ownership, home improvements, and other housing opportunities. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. There is one, before I recognize the opponent, you know what, I'll recognize the opponent, Joel Hurwitz. Joel, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Are you here? Oh yeah, okay. Welcome to the committee. You're testifying against. You have 2 minutes.
Joel Hurwitz, resident of Howard County. Good afternoon, Chair Barve and members of the Howard County Council. This appears to be the County Council because this is generally the bill that was absent last year when the County Council properly put the Housing Trust Fund to contingency because there's nothing more than a budget line item with any rules or guidance. But rather than submit a bill to the council, the county executive and delegation did this end run around the council. I testified that the Howard County delegation violates the Express Powers Act, as did Councilmember Deb Young, also said it was unconstitutional. I'm told that the AG says that it meets the constitutional requirement. Yet regardless, in many respects, when it comes to development, infrastructure, taxes and fees, Howard County has for 3 or more decades been treated as a second-class charter county when it comes to excise taxes, road fees, school surcharge. In these areas, many commissioner counties have more power and flexibility than does Howard County. Disappointingly, generation after generation, members of the General Assembly who previously served or worked with the County Council continue to micromanage the county's land use and development to an extent that I do not find with other charter counties, especially Montgomery, which has general taxing authority. For these reasons, I urge you to let the County Council and the executive deal with this housing issue as authorized in the Express Powers Act, and I urge an unfavorable report for that reason.
Thank you very much. Well, does anybody want to address that issue? Because it's a logical question to ask.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna leave that to the county folks, to Ms. Cimino perhaps, and see why that wasn't done as local legislation, as county bill. I don't know the answer to that.
It is my understanding it is not a violation of the express powers, and that Delegate Feldmark spoke with the Office of Law and determined that this was an applicable route for a housing trust fund.
Yes, Councilmember Rigby.
I was simply going to state that when we've checked with the Office of Law, we've heard the same information. I think if we wanted to go a different route, it might require a charter amendment, which is time consuming and not really necessary for this type of thing. It's perfectly fine to go this route, I believe.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the sponsor or any of the witnesses? Delegate Clark has his hand up, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a question for the delegate. Are we stepping into a disagreement between the council and the county executive here?
Well, we've got,
bill? Huh?
Not to my knowledge. We have Councilwoman Rigby. I don't know if she wants to address that, but not to my knowledge.
I don't believe that this is a disagreement between the council and the executive. The budget, by creating this, it's still going to go through the same budget process, through the same appropriation process with the council. We're still involved, I guess, is how I look at it.
one other quick question, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any correspondence from the county council on this, this proposed legislation?
I don't know. Do we?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I haven't looked at the Delegate Terraza. So the Howard County delegation supports this, right?
Yes, and there's a letter in the file.
Okay. All righty then. Well, if there are no further questions, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 878. We'll now turn to House Bill 885, and you're up again, Delegate Terraza, I assume, right?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Vice Chair Stein, and members of the still very esteemed Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm still Delegate Jen Terraza, and I'm here to present House Bill 885, Howard County Sheriff Salary, HOCO 322. This bill sets the sheriff's salary to that of a major on step 6 of the Howard County Police Management Schedule, and it alters the way that the salary increases so that the sheriff no longer needs to request raises from the legislature, as they will now be automatic. Under current law, pursuant to the statute, the sheriff of Howard County receives an annual salary of $113,000 for calendar year 2022. The current salary of a major on step 6 is $148,138. This bill makes the salary commensurate with the responsibilities of the office. As some of you know, the courthouse has expanded significantly. We have a new courthouse in Howard County, which the sheriff's office is tasked with keeping secure. And a higher salary like this will attract qualified candidates for that position. The bill was passed unanimously by the delegation and the committee. The delegation, and you have the delegation's letter of support. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions for the sponsor? Nobody signed up to testify for or against the bill. All right, that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 885. Next, we'll turn to a statewide bill, House Bill 1146. And Mr. Vice Chairman, are you with us right now? Dana? Ann, can you take over?
Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Would you do me a favor? I have a phone call I have to take right now. So if you could take over for a bit.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay,
Okay, Delegate Terraza.
I'm muted and now off video.
Yes. Actually, we are going to begin with Delegate Lehman. We're both on this, and she's going to do the first 2 minutes, and I will be doing the second 2 minutes.
Am I good to go, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, good to go.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Stein and esteemed colleagues. I am partnering this year with Delegate Terraza on House Bill 1146, which requires electric vehicle charging stations for new construction of multifamily housing in which parking is provided in communal lots. The bill specifies charging stations will be required for new residential communities in which a construction permit is issued after October 1st of this year, and only for those buildings that do not include a garage, a carport, or a driveway for each unit. Charging station capable of providing level 2 charging for every 25 residential units.
Words leaked out about the
I'm sorry, I lost my place. Those spaces must be marked as intended for electric vehicle use only. So why do we need this bill right now? Well, since 2019, the General Assembly has actually considered 45 bills related to electric vehicles, including the transition to clean cars, conversion of the state car and light truck fleet, EV tax credits, EV infrastructure, and much more. And why have we put all those bills forward? Well, it's because clean cars are such an important part of our state strategy to reverse global warming. And we have a goal actually to put 300,000 zero emission vehicles on the road by 2025. So that's just 3 years from now. We do not have nearly enough EV infrastructure, however, where people actually live. And this is especially true for residents of townhomes and multifamily housing. We need to ensure people can charge their cars where they live. More Marylanders than ever before are working at home. They started working at home during the pandemic. Many of those people will actually never go back to the workplace. So it's more imperative than ever that we provide EV charging where people live. I thank you for your consideration. I urge your favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Terraza. You're on mute, Delegate.
I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. I arranged that ahead of time.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Stein and members of the committee. I'm still Delegate Terraza here in support of 1146. And I want to expand a little bit on what Delegate Lehman was explaining. I want to demonstrate exactly what we're talking about and why this is so important for those who live in apartments and townhomes. And just show you a couple examples. Can everybody see my screen? Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes.
Hopefully. Yeah, so here's an example of somebody in an apartment complex. These are garden style apartments. And this person has, in this one, they have 200-foot extension cords. In order to plug in, they parked in a fire zone. It was a tripping hazard. As you can see, it's also sitting in the rain. So it's also an electric shock hazard. And they had to bring it through their sliding glass door, leaving it slightly ajar, which, you know, is obviously an invitation to intruders. Let me show you a couple of others really quickly. Here's one on my street that plugs in on a regular basis. Here's where they bring it through their sliding glass door. Hopefully you can see my pointer. This is the cord they use, and this is where they plug in. They're able to do it, but here's other places on the street. And as you could see, it would be impossible for somebody to take a cord from here all the way down to their space. Just wanted to show you a couple other examples. This is a little easier, but again, across the sidewalk, most HOAs won't let you do that. More HOAs, just a couple other examples. I just wanted to make sure folks could see. They would have to come all the way down here. And here's a community where you can see that there's multiple opportunities, places that you can do that. Let me just see where we are. So I just wanted to explain, in those communities, it's virtually impossible for folks to negotiate to get a charging station after the fact. For somebody to get one after the fact, they'd have to convince their HOA board that to put in a communal station, to give up one of the current communal parking spaces, to pay for it, or for them to pay for one that would be a metered parking space. So any expense that MBIA will tell you there is would be borne by either the HOA or the person themselves. And I see that I'm running out of time, so I would just say that we really need to make sure that everyone in the future, EV owners, can safely and conveniently plug in no matter what kind of community they live in. I urge a favorable report and look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. First witness is Joel Hurwitz. Mr. Hurwitz, are you here?
Yes, I am, Vice Chair.
Okay, great.
Joel Hurwitz. Again, I live in Howard County. Really turns out to be favorable with amendments. Appreciate Delegate Terraza's work, especially when she was on the county council dealing with this issue. But I realize as a member of a common ownership condo, which we don't have a solution to this problem, that 25 spaces is really insufficient. With that would be 10 spaces for a 250 unit condo, which would probably have 400 spaces. So you really don't have enough, as Delegate discussed, as when every car is going to be electric. Also, how does this work in the law, and an option of having the charger be able to use by 2 spaces, or if the parking lot's designed for 4 spaces at different times. Therefore, you could get more cars charging, and you really should be counting spaces of use rather than number of chargers. And what with complexes with both garages and communal spaces, which was what my former apartment complex built, garages. So the people who have a garage have a charger, and the people who don't get nothing. Also, some townhomes in Columbia are parking on public streets, which look like parking lots. I'm not sure how we deal with that issue. in the bill. I also think perhaps requiring conduit in new construction, not necessarily putting the chargers in, but the conduit so that the electricity and more chargers can be installed in the future would be also a benefit. So I urge you to add some amendments, Delegate Strauss, and thank you, again, members of the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, favorable with amendments is Tom Clark.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I represent over 11,000 members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers that live in Maryland. I support HB 1146 because it is a forward-thinking bill that serves the everyday middle-class citizen who wants to be environmentally responsible. It will also fill the increasing need for residential chargers for those who don't have high-end electric cars sitting in a garage, which is basically about 8% of your constituents. The beauty of this bill is that it will save homeowners tremendously. Local 26 has several contractors that confirm that the post-construction excavation is the largest cost by far. Let's be clear, in the future, these communities will need electrical vehicle chargers. If you wait until these neighborhoods have been built, the process is expensive and cumbersome. You'd have to dig up and remove asphalt and concrete, sidewalks, grass, flower gardens, and then you'd have to replace asphalt, concrete, grass, and Mrs. Johnson's petunias. So I encourage you to take the safer and less expensive route for the communities and for your constituents. My one amendment is only in regard to proper safe and installation of the equipment. I propose that installation of electrical vehicle charging stations must be performed by certified EVITP installers. That acronym stands for Electrical Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program. EVITP is a brand neutral, nonprofit national training program jointly developed by auto manufacturers, electrical contractors, electrical inspectors, and the National Fire Protection Agency. And it's available nationwide. As we are somewhat in the infancy of the electrical vehicle world, I propose we set some basic safety standards. So I do believe in HB 1146 because it's timely, it's needed, will save your constituents a small fortune.
Mr. Clark, if you could wrap up, please.
I appreciate your time and I ask you to support HB 1146 with this one safety-minded amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we get to witnesses who are unfavorable, let's take questions. And the first question goes to Delegate Stewart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you all this afternoon. Thank you to the two bill sponsors. What a dynamic duo. Thank you to the bill sponsors for putting this in. It's personally relevant to me. You know, when I joined this committee in 2019, I had a lot of fear of missing out, or FOMO, as the kids say, because all of my colleagues, including the chair and the vice chair, were always having all these great stories in our bill hearings about how they had electric vehicles. And I wanted desperately to join this rarefied club. But I, at the time, my wife's son and I lived in a townhouse in Montgomery County. And I didn't think that there was a good way. I sort of looked for different options. I didn't want to be one of the people that was shamed in the PowerPoint presentation with some sort of really long cord in the rain. And so I held off on purchasing one until we were able to get a house that had a garage so that I could set one up. So I really appreciate y'all putting the bill. But my question is, when I was setting up my own charging station, I got really nerdy about the price estimates for how much it cost, at least me as a single family homeowner, to do all the different types of charging stations, the different 3 levels, as far as I understand. And I remember seeing, residential costs, commercial costs, and I remember seeing commercial costs, for like a dual port charger, like level 2 charger, in like the 5,000 to 6,000 range or something like that for installation. So I was blown away when I saw some of the opponents' testimony who were estimating that a singular one of these EV chargers would be 10 times that, would be $50,000 or $60,000 to set up a level 2 charger. That's like a whole decimal point higher than what I was seeing when I was doing research on this for my own personal life. So I guess for Delegate, I guess for Roz, either of y'all can take it, but what have you found about cost estimates? Is the cost estimates from the opponent, is that right? And was my research wrong?
Yeah. Thank you, Delegate Stewart. And I'll also hand it over to Delegate Lehman after this if she has found anything in addition. But I was kind of blown away by those estimates as well. I'm sure you could find a way to spend $60,000 on the installation of one of these, particularly post-construction, but those are not the estimates I'm finding. I'm finding, and they may have gone up slightly since you were looking, or maybe the ones that we're looking at are metered. And because the anticipation is these will probably be metered. I don't know, apartment complexes might decide to make that a benefit of living there, but for the most part, these will be metered in townhouse communities. But I'm finding things closer to 10 to 15,000 if you're looking at pre-construction. You know, as Mr. Clark, and maybe he can weigh in as well, was saying, you know, the largest part of the cost here is really the digging up the petunias and the, you know, and the concrete and all the other stuff. And the other issue that you have in terms of cost is how far away from the electric source it is. So if you're doing this post-construction, you're planning later on, you're probably going to try to find the furthest space from anything because you don't want to inconvenience the people that are already there. So you've got a lot of electric wiring, you've got more digging, you've got all sorts of stuff. So potentially, I guess you could buy your super duper most expensive one and come up that high. But I think we're looking more in the $10,000 to $15,000 range. I don't know if either Delegate Lehman or Mr. Clark want to weigh in on what they're finding. But, you know, the other thing I'll just say is that, you know, as time goes on and we have more demand for these and they're more being put in, the prices should start coming down. But I'm not finding anything close to that 60,000 in what I've been looking at. Mr. Clark, do you want to weigh in, or sorry, Delegate Lehman, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, just briefly. So I reached out to someone in a commercial shopping center in my district where the anchor store, Mom's Organic Market, had level 2 chargers installed a few years ago. And the price range I was given for the charger itself, and this would be a level 2 charger capable of charging 2 cars, is about $3,000 for the actual charging equipment, and then roughly another $2,000 for installation. Now, the folks there did tell me it does depend partly on proximity to the building or the garage where you're putting the charger. Also, solar powered charging stations are quite a bit more expensive, but even those, I was told, are maybe $10,000. So, and that's for the charger itself, and then another, you know, same amount for installation, like maybe $2,000. So again, somewhere in the range of $5,000 to maybe $12,000, not the $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 that I think opponents are claiming.
Mr. Clark, did you have something you wanted to add to that, or did we cover what?
Yeah, no, you're correct. The ones chargers you buy for inside your garage, yes, you can get those for, you know, $1,000. But the industrial or the commercial heavy duty ones that you'd want outside in the parking lot would cost about $7,000. And the two contractors I asked today, they mentioned, hey, if you can get in there first, when they're doing construction, it's just one pipe. You can take care of all that, and it would cost $11,000, $12,000. If not, you're probably adding, if you come in after construction, you're probably adding another $10,000 for excavation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
So I was just checking to see if we'd answered the question.
Delegate Stewart, you good? Okay, Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Delegate Terraza, you did an excellent job of showing us examples of places where people have rigged systems to be able to charge their electric cars. Do you have any examples of places where this has already been done, where these stations have already been put in as a result of the development?
Well, let me say this. And I'm glad you asked the question, and I appreciate that. I'm going to follow up with Howard County, but when I was on the Howard County Council, we did one this very bill locally. And so that has passed. There's been very little concern expressed. I checked with the councilwoman who's actually still on this call from the last or 2 bills ago, because she's there now. But we passed this years ago in Howard County and did not hear any of the same extreme concerns. Now I realize Howard County there's probably a higher density of electric vehicles right now, right? So it doesn't have the same concern that I saw in MBIA's testimony that, there's fewer electric vehicles, but the cost hasn't been the big concern. And the whole point is that we're trying to expand access throughout the state. So I appreciate the question. We've had it there. We haven't heard the same fuss. Certainly if the costs were in the $60,000 range, I'm sure the council member would have heard a lot about that. Thank you.
Okay, and Delegates Terrassa and Lehman, I have a question. I recall that Delegate Corman had a bill, which I think we passed sometime in the past couple of years, that dealt with charging stations and multifamily dwellings, maybe HOAs. Was that just about ability to put in a charging station? Do you recall?
Yes, I do. So thank you for that question. So that, I believe what that said is that the HOA couldn't unreasonably interfere with the ability to do that. So, I've been asked for years when I was on the county council, I was asked, if somebody could put in a station, and a lot of HOAs were saying, no, you can't do this. The biggest problem, again, is the pictures I was showing you, is that to do one from your house, is to cross over or to go into property that you don't own. Often you don't own the parking space in a townhouse community. So if you wanted to ask your townhouse community if you could install one of these things, your HOA can't unreasonably interfere with your right to do that. On the other hand, they could say, we're not paying for it. And then you'd be on the hook for the $10,000 to $12,000 because nothing in there says they have to pay for it. So then you as an individual owner who now wants so if Delegate Stewart were still in his townhouse community, he'd have the additional burden of thinking, do I also want to put $12,000 worth of work into my community to, now my community can't be unreasonable, but do I want to put $12,000 of work so that future EV owners can also enjoy the ability? And now he's moved out. And so it was a good step. It's not going to help enough going forward.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions for the sponsors or proponents? Okay, let's go to the opponents. First up is Bob Enton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We are opposed to the bill. I apologize to Delegate Terrassa this morning for not getting back to her sooner. We did file a written testimony on Monday. Last year, the builders supported Delegate Terrassa's bill that that said that if for multifamily and single family where there were driveways or garages, a builder was required to offer to the purchaser any options that the builder had for installation of level 2 chargers. We supported that. And I believe that bill became effective, I guess, October the 1st. This year's bill is a whole different kettle of fish. This year's bill mandates and requires that for all new construction, for every 25 units, there must be a level 2 charger installed for new construction. So whether it's, and the $60,000 number is in our written testimony. Lori Graff is the CEO of the builders, is testifying at this very moment in the Senate today and couldn't be here to speak. I will certainly go back to her, and I sent her a text raising the issue of the cost, but that's what her testimony says. Regardless, if it's $60,000, you're talking about for a 100-unit apartment building an additional cost of $6 million. And maybe if it's 6,000, you're talking $600,000. And that's 10 units on 10 floors. If you take it to a smaller unit, once again, you're still talking roughly for every 7 units, a $2,400 increase per unit for each unit, period. The other point that we raise is, while there is a higher demand, I think, in maybe places like Howard County, maybe Montgomery County, and I'll wrap up, Mr. Chairman.
Bob, if you could wrap up.
That It depends on the community. Is it a moderate or low income community? Is it in Salisbury or down on the Eastern Shore of Southern Maryland? The demand is much, much different there. So we just think it's premature to require this and will be very expensive to go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm back here.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dana. Lori Graff with the Building Industry Association. Lori?
She's testifying over in the Senate, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
as we
all right.
speak.
Okay. I believe that's it for the opponents. So let's go to questions. First comes from one of the sponsors, Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Enton, did you say, can you repeat that number? Did you say $10 million? What did you say for 100 units?
I said that if you figure that it's let's say that it's, according to our testimony, if it's $60,000 for each charger, and I know she attached a picture of the charger that she was referring to in our written testimony.
Yeah.
For every 25 units, and then you divide that by the total number of units, the numbers are kind of off the chart. Let's say it's not 60,000. Let's say it's 6,000 for every 25 units. You're still talking about a substantial increase, and that's not a cost that's going to be absorbed by the contractor. It's going to be passed on to the buyers.
Right, but maybe I misheard, but I thought you said something about 10 million in a 100-unit building, but there's only 4 required in a 100-unit building, and that would be 240,000 by my math. So even in your extreme numbers of $60,000 per unit, per charger. I really thought you said something in the millions. Maybe I misheard.
I think I have to go back and get my calculator out.
Yeah,
but the bottom line is that regardless of it still comes out to at $60,000 for every 25 units, depending on the size of the project. It's still a significant cost, and that cost is going to be passed on to every buyer of every one of those units all over the state of Maryland, irregardless of the number of electrical vehicles which may be installed, or that irregardless of the number of electric vehicles that will utilize that. We just think that to mandate this in every part of the state for every building, a residential building, is a huge departure from what we agreed to with you last year. And we just think, it needs further study as to where should this apply and what should the cost be.
Yeah, and then the other question I had, because I thought you said that this was going to apply to all new construction, and I just want to make sure that is that what you said? Because
I said I read the bill. It applies to the new construction. It's a mandate for new construction of multi family housing, and that would be as currently prescribed, where there's a driveway or a garage, a townhouse, I guess, and then multifamily, high rises, whatever. So it's townhouses and multifamily. It's a mandate.
Okay, but you're not saying that this applies to any of the same units as the bill did last year, are you?
No.
So this is a completely different bill that applies to different.
No, with all due respect, let me get the bill up here on my screen. It says if the construction of new townhouses and multifamily residential buildings will not include at least one garage, carport, or driveway, but will include off-street communal parking, the construction shall include at least one communal parking space for each 25 residential units featuring an electric charging station capable of providing at least level 2 charging.
Right, I appreciate that. I just was wondering if you guys if you're able to find any units that were covered in last year's bill that are covered in this year's bill. Are there any that you see? Because
why don't we take that offline, because
Okay.
That's really an
Thank you.
analysis of 2 different bills.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that he's not stating that there are any from last year that were covered in this year,
Okay.
because that was their request to the drafter, was to only cover ones that could.
I'll be happy to discuss that with you, Delegate.
Okay, well, we'll definitely have to look at your math, because as we all know, lawyers tend to only know how to calculate 30% for contingency fees. So
Oh my goodness.
these other
Oh my goodness. For lobbyists, Mr. Chairman, contingency fees are illegal. So I
That's
don't know
true.
about that.
That's true. We kid because we love. That's what it is. Delegate Learman has the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Bob, for being here. My question is a little bit about there are a couple of things. So first is that you assume, and MBIA assumes, that you do have to pay to put these in. My understanding of a number of the charging station companies these days is actually that they put them in and maintain them for free because they have an interest in people buying memberships to their charging station infrastructure. So like that's EVgo's model, right? EVgo places free charging stations at companies all over America. And so I guess and that's one question is, are you assuming that it would be impossible to enter into agreements with these EV charging station companies that already do this and that do it for free? And then two, I'm wondering if we're not going to have charging stations at multifamily buildings, like these townhomes and garden style apartments and whatnot, what's the solution that MBIA is offering to enable residents who live in these places and who are moving in after they're already built, at which point it's much more expensive to construct these? What's the solution that MBIA has to not leave these residents out of having the ability to own an EV?
Let me see if I can. First of all, I don't know. I mean, it would just seem to me logic. And once again, I know this bill is going to go to subcommittee, and we are going to meet with the sponsors to try to answer questions, and happy to meet with you. I don't know about these companies that do that. Obviously, I think if there's no cost to the builder at all, I don't know why they would object. But I don't know the answer to your question about whether that's the case and how often it's the case. So that's something I have to get back to you on. As far as what our answer to the solution is, I think that as we move forward, particularly with new construction, with a younger generation, more and more people buying electric vehicles, just like last year's bill did. It said that you have to talk about the options and disclose to buyers the option. I think this is going to be something that, just as it is with electric and with your utilities today and what kind of furnace you get and other types of home improvements, is something that in a competitive marketplace that builders are going to offer. But I think it needs to evolve based on demand. It needs to evolve based on where it's located, the size of the building. And I just don't think this is a one size fits all. And maybe we can come up with some and also incentives. Right now, I apologize to Delegate Terrazza for not getting back to her earlier, because my session has been very much absorbed by the climate control legislation.
Oh, sure. Throw me under the bus, will you?
In the House and the Senate. But the bus would have to be a very big bus to get you under, Mr. Chairman. But I mean, that is taking up an awful lot of time and concern for the building industry.
Right.
But that maybe is part of that discussion as well.
Right.
I know that the House, there's a bill coming up in the House on Friday that's part of the climate control package. But I mean, that seems to me to be part of that discussion as well. And it is something we should definitely, I think we can look at and try to come up with a creative solution, maybe with proper incentives to go ahead and make this, happen going forward without significantly increasing the cost of housing for people, many of whom at least could afford it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. It just feels very chicken or egg, and it also feels like we're either locking people out of housing who have EVs, or we're locking people out of having an EV if they live in a place like that without some sort of, we are moving towards a model. And this way, everybody's required to do it. So there's no sort of you're not at a disadvantage if you're the housing developer who decides to put these in. I will note that Bozzuto is already working with charge points. So so some of the members of MHC and whatnot are working on this.
I think it depends on, just if I could real quickly, I think it depends to a certain extent on demand. that if the demand is there, but the opposite side of what you said is that if I don't have an electric vehicle, I'm going to pay more when I go to buy the unit, even though I'm never going to use one of these electric vehicle stations.
You might use it someday. You don't know.
Yeah, we have faith in old fogies like you, Bob.
Wait a minute now. I'm going to report this to the Office on Aging, so you may hear from the attorney.
Okay, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo is next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have multiple questions, so please.
Oh,
Mr.
my.
Chairman. The first one, since it wasn't at the first of the head, but it is now, and that is per Delegate Learman's questions. You know, when you're talking about supply and demand, and the demand being there, but if there's an issue with actually, if somebody wants to buy an electric vehicle, and it's going to cost them, I don't know, like $60,000 or $70,000 to come in with concrete cutters and cut up the parking lot and put in charging and bring in all this electrical, then yeah, then they probably wouldn't want to do that because it would cost a lot more money to do it later. So when you talk about incentives, part of that is to make it so that they can actually afford it, and they can't afford it if there's no electric, like the chicken and the egg. That is such a perfect argument, Mr. Enton. And I really, you know, maybe this is for subcommittee, but I'm very unimpressed with your argument about the chicken and the egg, because it doesn't work. So that's one piece that maybe that's subcommittee, because I can't even get into it. I would like to see a specific, and when I say specific, I mean a specific breakdown as to how MBIA came up with $60,000. I mean, as far as I know, I've been on construction sites. As far as I know, you have 2 to 4 inch conduit that you lay down, which doesn't cost very much money. The parking lot and everything is wide open. So you have, I don't know, 50 or $100 worth of conduit, and you put the cable in the conduit. So let's say that's a few $100. I don't know. We'll multiply it by 10 just because that's, you know, banker's math. So that's $1,000, maybe $2,000. And then to Delegate Learman's point, if you can partner with somebody else to actually put it in the charging station, a level 2 charging station can be anywhere from $500 to several $1,000. I am really at a complete loss as to how someone comes up with a $60,000 cost. So I would like to see a specific breakdown, and I would like that breakdown to include the cost of PVC conduit and the distance needed. And I would like to see exactly what is needed as far as cabling, what electrical cables are needed to go into that conduit just to bring it to a parking spot. Then the charging station is a separate matter, but I would like to see how you came up with 60,000.
Okay, so you've got a homework assignment, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
And then my next question, I'm only kidding, Mr. Chairman. I'm done for now. I'll take the rest in subcommittee.
Thank you.
Okay.
I will get back to you on the number. That was in our written testimony. And so that's the number I spoke to.
Okay. Delegate Ruth has the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Delegate Fraser Hidalgo actually kind of got into what I was going to ask, but I just want to follow up a little bit on that. You know, so first of all, as Delegate Learman said, there may be ways of installing this at no cost to the builder, but if there is a cost, you mentioned that cost would have to be passed on to the home buyer. But as we've heard, the cost of retrofitting, and you say the demand is not there now for it, but the cost of retrofitting and having to you know, dig up the parking lot and, you know, add them later could potentially, I think I heard double the cost, add another 10,000 to an already existing 10,000. So would that cost then have to be, how will the builders pay for that? Would that then have to be passed on to the homeowners, or would the homeowners, I guess at that point, it wouldn't be the builders anymore. No. So it would still be a cost to the homeowners.
If the condo association or homeowners association decides, these are common areas, the parking area, and that, if the residents decide they want to have this happen, they can make it happen. I mean, that's up to them, whatever the cost would be.
So you're essentially still passing the cost on to the homeowners, just down the line instead of right now.
Well, it depends on the community and number of electric vehicles, what the makeup of the ownership is. Once again, I don't know. I don't have an electric vehicle, but I know they are becoming more and more popular. I don't know what the total number of electric vehicles are in the state. I don't know what they are by zip code. I mean, it's just, once again, this is a one size fits all. And I wonder if there's a better way to look at this and apportion the obligation to do this. We build based on supply and demand, and if demand is there, that's how we're going to build our properties.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Before I recognize Delegate Foley, Bob, let me ask you this question. I mean, obviously, redoing a parking lot or redoing something after it's been built is going to be much, much more expensive than if cables were laid down or a conduit structure were established when a building is constructed, regardless of whether or not they build charging machines or even have something as simple as a plug, which is, what I would recommend. But I mean, do you think there's a possibility for us working to a requirement that at least the cables are put down, even regardless of whether or not a charging machine is or an outlet is built? Because it seems to me, I mean, I'll tell you where I'm coming from this. And I may have told you this before. I had a house in Gaithersburg where the developer, my office was above the garage, and the developer decided to save $5 by not putting insulation in the ceiling of the garage. So my office was freezing in the winter and boiling in the summer. And for me to put in the insulation was substantially more expensive than it would have been for the developer, D.R. Horton, to actually put it in at the construction point. And so I think you see where I'm trying to go here. I'm trying to find a way to create an incentive for home builders and property developers to put in at least the conduits, and then let somebody down the line make a decision about whether or not they want to have a plug or a machine. Or so, I mean, is there any way we could see our way clear to establishing that as a policy, do you think?
Well, look, Mr. Chairman, certainly everything is on the table, and we understand that. What I'd like to do, and do it in a subcommittee or in a work group, however you want to do it, is to actually get some of the builders here and let them, to answer these questions and consider what's feasible and what's not feasible, what the cost is. I'm not a builder, and I was going off the information that was furnished to me. This bill, we have a legislative committee, as you've appeared in front of it. We send the bills out for comment, and we base our testimony on the comments that we get back, and our written testimony reflected those comments. But we're certainly more than willing to sit down with you and the sponsors and this Delegate Frazier Hidalgo and talk about this and try to see what makes sense going forward.
Okay, the last two questions on the bill are going to go to Linda Foley and DFH in that order. Linda, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Enton, you indicated that a possible solution that you would support would be one that would involve the homeowners association making the decision based on their needs in the community. How could you do that as before the building was developed? In other words, we're talking about new development here. We're talking about new construction. There wouldn't really be a homeowners association in most cases to make that decision. So how could that be done prospectively? I don't see how that could be done prospectively. It could only be done after the fact, it seems to me, after the property was.
Well, let's let him answer the question.
Okay, so my understanding of that the comment was made, well, it's much less expensive to do it now than do it after the fact, when it has to be borne, for existing properties or properties that were newly constructed. That's going to be borne by the homeowners and be, something that would be decided by the homeowners association or condo association. I agree with that. I mean, that's, going forward, if a building, whether it's an existing building or a building that's built after the effective date of this act, if it's not installed, then it's going to be up to the HOA. I mean, every builder and developer's goal is to see the condo association, homeowners association turned over to the control of the owners, as soon as possible. So I agree. I mean, this is a decision that would have to be made after afterwards, but at least it would be based on the needs of that community, not upon a legislated mandate as to what the needs of that particular project or community might be going forward. But I'm open to discussing all these points, as is my client.
You okay, Linda? Yeah. Dave.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to my earlier point, everybody knows the old adage, if you build it, they will come. That's what I think Delegate Learman was trying to say, and that's what I'm trying to say. And to my chairman's point, which I think is really a big piece, which is why I asked for a specific breakdown, because even Bob, even just laying the conduit without actually putting the electrical in and then having an electrician come in later to pull the electrical through the conduit, as long as you put in the right size conduit and don't make it too small, that can't cost much money at all. So that's why I really want to see that breakdown. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate.
All right. Well, there appear to be no further questions. So that ends the public hearing on House Bill 1146. Let's turn to House Bill 1052, Delegates Holmes and Stein, for the beginning of Homes-a-mania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to let everyone know that I would appreciate it if you purchased your tickets early for the Homes show, because I'm going to be here all week. And they are going to be more expensive as you delay your purchase, okay?
Make sure you tip the wait staff. They work hard for their salaries.
Now a word from our sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to present to you House Bill 1052. And as indicated by the title of this bill, the Flynn and Laird Act, this is in honor of Lieutenant Nathan Flynn of Howard County and Battalion Chief Joshua Laird of Frederick County. I'm also very pleased, Mr. Chair, to have had the opportunity to have worked with Mrs. Flynn, who has become a very outspoken advocate for the fire safety and protection, and also with Mrs. Laird for her helping with this legislation. Now, this bill would require new residential and commercial construction, new, ladies and gentlemen, with natural gas to utilize piping that's less vulnerable to lightning strikes. As maybe you might hear later on, the fire that caused the demise of the two gentlemen who was named after was promulgated by lightning strikes. The use of these materials in terms of the new piping that's in the bill is considered to be the industry best practices. And what we're trying to do here, Mr. Chair, is to have this type of legislation for all 24 jurisdictions and not to isolate it to one or two, because we always like to have legislation that's consistent across county jurisdictions and not cutting and pasting this. I'm also very, as you see by the testimony, Mr. Chair, that we have a lot of support from the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Coalition, of which I am the chair, proud to be the chair of that coalition, by the way, Mr. Chair, as well. And so we have a lot of the persons from that coalition on the line as well. The bill applies prospectively and cannot be interpreted to have any effect on applications of new construction for which a building permit has been issued before the effective date. In the fiscal note advises us that the Board of Plumbers and the Maryland Department of Labor state that the bill does not specify the type of gas, meaning natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, or medical gas, which is not covered in the bill. And that seems to have been something that one of the other persons said was a problem with the bill. After this hearing today, Mr. Chair, I'm going to talk with some of the advocates of the bill after I speak with Mrs. Flynn and Mrs. Laird to see if they would allow me to be more specific in this bill and specify and identify that this is for natural gas. And with that, Mr. Chair, if you would call upon the persons that are in the waiting room, I certainly would appreciate it, unless there are questions for me. You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Let's first call up Charles Ridgely. Mr. Ridgely, are you with us? And if you are, welcome. Oh, there you are. Welcome to
I am. I just had to
the
unmute.
Environment and Transportation Committee. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Barvet and Vice Chair Stein, members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of the Flynn-Laird Act, House Bill 1052. My name is Charles Ridgely, and I am a lifelong resident of the state of Maryland. I'm speaking to you today in order to provide you with a glimpse into the life and legacy of Lieutenant Nate Flynn. He was the Howard County firefighter that was killed in the line of duty in a house fire that contained non-arc resistant tubing, and for whom House Bill 1052 is co-named. Nate Flynn was a resident of Havre de Grace, a man dedicated to his family and his community. He was a loving father to Alex, Gavin, Tegan, Connor, and Brecken, and a loving husband to his wife, Celeste. He was also a dedicated public servant as a volunteer firefighter in Havre de Grace and a career firefighter here in Howard County. You didn't have to be around him for very few minutes to know that the only thing that Nate loved more than serving in the fire service was his family. He was absolutely dedicated and passionate about both. From the time that firefighter Flynn was assigned to me until the night that he was killed, he never stopped trying to learn and give his very best. Nate was always researching, learning, teaching, bettering himself and those around him in any way possible. He constantly looked for what went wrong in an effort to determine what we could learn, what we could do differently so that a life might be saved or a tragedy avoided. On the night of July 23rd, 2018, Nate used every aspect of his knowledge and training in an effort to make things better for others, to save lives and to protect their property. But all of his training and efforts did not prevent that lightning-induced gas-fed fire that consumed that home and took his life. Other testimonies might give you statistics and technical support, but what Nate would have wanted us to learn from this tragedy is that his was not the only fire involving this type of gas tubing. His was not the only life lost, and that home he was in was not the only home that contains that non-arc resistant gas tubing. I know that his family
sir, if you could begin to wrap up your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
I know that they want to honor his legacy and his life. Nate would have wanted us to do everything we can to prevent these fires. He would want us to learn and take steps to prevent other families from suffering the loss of their homes and their families. In honor of him, I ask that you would favorably support House Bill 1052, the Laird and Flynn Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's welcome Nathan Laird to the Environment and Transportation Committee. Mr. Laird, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I will try to keep it under 2 minutes, I promise. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Nathan Laird, and I'm a resident of Frederick County, Maryland. My older brother, Battalion Chief Josh Laird, for whom this bill is partially named, was killed fighting a fire in Frederick County on August 11th, 2021. I'm speaking today on behalf of my sister-in-law, Sarah Laird, Josh's wife, my nieces, Erin and Madeline, Josh's daughters, and the entire Laird family. My brother loved being a firefighter. He had 30 years of experience in both fire suppression and emergency medical services as an EMT and paramedic. Josh had thousands of hours in training, as well as hands-on experience. He served as a mentor to new recruits and those working their way up through the ranks in the fire service. During his career, he was credited with numerous saves and received a Silver Star of Bravery for a trench rescue. He read to kindergartners in elementary school near his station. He helped manage the car seat program, and he served as a member of the COVID-19 response task force. Josh always put others first, at work and in his personal life. I'm asking you to honor Josh's legacy by supporting the Flynn-Laird Act, HB 1052. Sadly, our family is not the only one in this nightmare. Lieutenant Nathan Flynn was killed in a carbon copy incident on July 23, 2018 in Howard County. The conditions for both Josh and Nathan Flynn encountered that led to their deaths were and are preventable. Josh knew what to look for in the fire scene, and he was trained to identify structural instability. We could not identify the hidden danger for which his education in fire science would not help. Concealed under the floor he fell through, the non-arc resistant CSST gas piping failed because of an electrical current that was introduced by a fire strike. The CSST failure was 4 separate perforations or holes. At each perforation, a separate gas fire burned. This is the equivalent of 4 blowtorches running simultaneously, eating rapidly away at the floor, creating a structural instability. As the fire continued to grow through the structure, Josh, once he had fallen through the floor, became trapped in the basement. We all know from his radio communications that he encountered extremely high heat. As he said, quote, "I'm burning up in here." This is not surprising given the 4 gas-fed fires that continue.
If you could start to wrap up a little bit, that would be great.
Yes, sir, no problem. I have one last thing to say and I'm done. Thank you. As a result of my brother's death, I began researching CSST failures and was shocked to find an overwhelming amount of information about the dangers of CSST history of failures. Some manufacturers have quit producing non-arc resistant CSST, but not all have. I cannot understand how the product of that is this dangerous remains in use. I'm confident that had a non-arc resistant CSST not been present in the home my brother was killed in, he would still be alive and here with us today. I would still have my big brother, Sarah would have her husband, and Aaron and Madeline would have their father. Additionally, multiple communities in the entire Department of Career and Volunteer Firefighters were forever affected by the devastation and the product that is caused. In closing, I am asking you to support the Flynn-Laird Act, not only to protect the first responders, but also the lives and homes of all Marylanders. As Josh would say, just do the right thing. Thank you for your support. And time.
Okay, before I recognize the next witness, let me just say on behalf of myself and my committee, of course, we're very proud of the service of Mr. Flynn and Laird, and obviously we're very thankful to you and your family for all the dedication you've shown to the people of the state of Maryland, and we thank you again for testifying before us to let us know of their bravery and their accomplishments. So next up is Tom Coe. Tom, welcome to back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of House Bill 1052, also known as the Flynn and Laird Act. My name is Tom Coe. I'm the Fire Chief and Division Director for Fire and Rescue Services for Frederick County. The dangers of corrugated stainless steel tubing, or CSST, that is not arc resistant is not common knowledge to the general public. When high levels of electricity are introduced into a structure by a direct or indirect lightning strike, the unprotected CSST commonly fails when an arc is created when other nearby metal objects. The ensuing gas-fed fire has caused millions of dollars of property loss, but moreover, those fires have cost lives. In Frederick County alone, we've experienced 2 fire fatalities within the last 4 years from lightning striking a structure that's contained CSST that was not arc resistant. In 2018, a civilian died in a residential fire south of Urbana after lightning struck the residence. Non-arc resistant CSST failed and the occupant was trapped in the ensuing fire. Then on August 11th, 2021, this issue hit close to home when Battalion Chief Josh Laird, a 22-year veteran of our organization, died in the line of duty fighting a residential fire in a home that had been struck by lightning and experienced a failure in the CSST that was not arc resistant. If passed into law, House Bill 1052 will ensure that moving forward in Maryland, if corrugated stainless steel tubing is used, that it be arc resistant and jacketed. For the safety of all Marylanders, as well as our firefighters who respond to these fires, I urge a favorable report for House Bill 1052 with the amendments provided by the sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Gordon Wallace with the Howard County Department of Fire and Rescue. Mr. Wallace, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the chair, Mr. Barvet, the vice chair, Mr. Stein, and the rest of the esteemed members of the committee for hearing my testimony today. My name is Gordon Wallace, and I'm a Deputy Fire Chief with the Howard County Department of Fire and Rescue Services. I appear before you today in support of House Bill 1052, the Flynn and Laird Act. On July 23rd, 2018, while battling a house fire in Clarksville, Maryland, as you've heard, our department experienced its first career line of duty death in its history. Lieutenant Nathan Flynn was operating in the structure fighting to extinguish the fire when he fell through the floor into a crawl space involved in fire and ultimately succumbed to his burn injuries. The fire investigation report revealed, and I quote, investigators identified the ignition sequence of the fire to be a lightning strike, which induced failure of the residential corrugated stainless steel tubing system, causing the ignition of fugitive gas escaping from the hole formed by the arcing process and igniting combustibles, both structural framing members and household items stored in the area of origin. The CSST installed in this house was of the non-arc resistant jacketed variety. Recently, our department has responded to no less than 5 fire incidents where CSST line has been damaged after a known lightning strike in the area. Although these fires did not result in personal injury, they did result in structural damage and property loss. The prevalence of these events reveals a known danger to our first responders. The use of arc-resistant and jacketed CSST or black iron pipe, as outlined in the bill, cannot be overstated. I urge the committee to report favorably in support of House Bill 1052, the Flynn and Laird Act, as we believe this legislation will result in a safer environment for all the residents of Maryland and its first responders. I would like to sincerely thank you all for the opportunity to speak in front of you today.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Stephen Jones with the Frederick County Career Firefighters. Mr. Jones, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barvey, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the House Environment and Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1052, legislation named for Battalion Chief Josh Laird and Lieutenant Nathan Flynn. Josh was a friend, fellow firefighter, and proud member of the Frederick County Career Firefighters and Paramedics Association, IFF Local 3666, who I am proud to represent before you today as the president of this 500-member organization. First and foremost, I want to thank so many who are advocating to make this change for the health and safety of firefighters. We are so proud of the work you are doing and tireless spirit in the face of our tragic loss. Special thank you to the bill sponsor, Delegate Holmes and Delegate Stein. Your work is an honor to Josh's legacy. Many of you have never heard of CSST or its risks before today, yet yet we firefighters are too aware of its safety concerns related to CSST. This hit home for us because we lost someone special to our public safety community on August 11th, 2021. As you work through this important legislation, I ask you to consider this measure as a needed correction to an existing problem. Without your intervention, new homes will continue with the existing standards for installation and maintenance of gas piping systems and continue to pose great risks not only for our firefighters, but the citizens we serve. We seek to honor Battalion Chief Laird's service and ultimate sacrifice every day with our actions in Frederick County. Yet I can think of no more fitting honor than to pass this legislation and make a lasting change that will undoubtedly save lives. I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1052 and the subsequent proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to Richard Rule with Howard County Professional Firefighters as well.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barvey, Vice Chairman Stein, members of the committee. My name is Rich Rule. As the president of the Howard County Professional Firefighters Association, I speak in favor of House Bill 1052. When organizations such as ours experience the loss of a brother or sister coworker, our immediate concern is to rally around those impacted most, the immediate family of the member we've lost. Once we've done what we can to honor our member sacrifice, our attention turns to answering the how and the why. When we see consistencies in the answers to these questions, we're compelled to take action. That action began with the filing of House Bill 1052 and continues today with our testimony.
Okay. Somebody needs to unmute.
There's an old saying that once is happenstance, twice is coincidence. If 3 times is a pattern, as the saying continues, then members of the committee, the evidence collected by the expert work of the fire investigators informs us that we have identified a pattern several times over. House Bill 1052 would ensure that in future construction of commercial or residential structures, gas piping systems are constructed using the safest materials available today. These new rules would not impact existing homes and commercial buildings unless gas appliances are to be replaced. While we will bear the unthinkable tasks of delivering life-altering news to the family of lost loved ones, we ask that you bear the task of ensuring that every possible measure is taken in the names of those same loved ones. On behalf of the more than 440 members of the Howard County Professional Firefighters Association, we request a favorable report on House Bill 1052. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to County Executive Jan Gardner. Jan, welcome back to the committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Barve and Vice Chair Stein and the members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon in support of House Bill 1052. As noted by others, this bill is named for two firefighters, Lieutenant Nate Flynn with the Howard County Department of Fire and Rescue Services and Battalion Chief Joshua Laird, who was a beloved member of my county's fire and rescue services. Both of these heroic gentlemen lost their lives as a result of injuries sustained while fighting fires, in which the building material contained corrugated stainless steel tubing, or CSST, which was related to the cause. When a house is struck by lightning and causes a fire, gas lines with unjacketed tubing can rupture and add to the fire, literally fueling the fire. Requiring the use of only black iron pipe or arc resistance jacketed CSST in new residential and commercial construction will save lives, both those of our first responders and of our residents as well. The members of our fire service are many times called to very dangerous situations to protect lives and to protect property. These men and women, along with their families, serve and sacrifice our communities every day. I believe it is our collective responsibility as elected officials to do all we can to keep them safe as possible while they are fulfilling these duties, as well as our fundamental responsibility to keep our communities safe. I would note that I support an amendment that was referenced by Delegate Holmes to further specify the building material required, and I support the inclusion of the use in a renovation in which the gas piping system renovated affects more than 50% of the property. This is a reasonable provision, and it aligns with the current threshold required for the installation of sprinklers in residential construction. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to Delegate Holmes and to Vice Chair Stein for sponsoring this important legislation. It's important for our fire communities and for everyone we serve. I thank you for working with Lieutenant Flynn and Battalion Chief Laird's families on this bill. I know it will save lives. Thank you, and I urge your favorable report.
Thank you, Madam County Executive. Now let's turn to Kevin Canali with MACO.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Kevin Canali here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of House Bill 1052. I think you've heard all about the merits of this bill and the tragic circumstances that brought about the bill. I'll just say that MACO supports this bill because we believe that it will help to protect the public health and well-being of the first responders who put their lives on the line every single day to protect our shared constituents. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we'd ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1052.
Okay, thank you very much. And then finally, we have testifying in favor of the bill, Robert Phillips with the Maryland State Firefighters Association. Robert, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm Robert Phillips. I'm the chairman of the Legislative Committee, Maryland State Firefighters Association, and here with testimony in support of this bill. You've heard a lot of statistics. You've heard a lot of good testimony. I only have to say this. We represent 34,000 firefighters in the state of Maryland, volunteer fire service. This bill would limit to the installation a new gas line that's going to be black iron or arc resistant CSST. The arc resistant CSST is much better than the original product that was offered to us back in the late 80s or early 90s, and who knows how much of it has been installed. This bill takes us forward. It helps us protect the public. as well as our volunteer firefighters and our career firefighters, all first responders. And it's the only logical thing to do will be to support this bill. And I ask for that support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Only one person is signed up in opposition, and that is, hold on, Jeff Guido with the Baltimore DC Building Trades Council. Jeff, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir, and then we'll proceed to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and committee members. I first of all would like to say that we are not opposed to public safety, and we have the utmost respect for the courage, discipline, and call of duty by these two men, Mr. Flynn and Mr. Laird, who tragically lost their lives in the line of duty. We're opposed to we agree with the intent of the bill. We're opposed to the way the bill is written. It's very vague when it says black iron oxide coated. It has to be a seamless pipe, Schedule 40 minimum, threaded and coupled up to size 2 1/4 inch. At that point, it goes to welded pipe. And it can be Schedule 80 if it's a high pressure pipe. The corrugated stainless steel tubing that is not arc resistant can be banned. That is easy to do. They can do it the same as they did with the lead water pipe services that were endangering the public health. I think if the sponsor would meet with the 3 jurisdictional boards, the State Plumbing Board, Baltimore County, and the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission, they could develop a very simple, easy path to go forward. And I mean, you're talking about, gas systems, medical gas, nitrous oxide, compressed air, liquid propane. There's a lot of other gas that's involved in that other than natural gas. I am a master plumber, master gas fitter, and I've installed many, many systems, and I have removed some systems. On the Pentagon renovation system, we took out an 8-inch, 6-inch, and 4-inch iron pipe system live while that Pentagon was still at the height of the Iraq War. And of course, fortunately, no one ever heard of that. I'm happy they didn't. I think, as the codes are written, the pipe systems are installed by a licensed professional and inspected properly that they can be safe. But if this system or this material is causing problems, it's simple enough to ban it. And we're happy to work with you on that. I would also like to say the number of fire-related deaths in buildings that are sprinklered or have a fire suppression system in Maryland is 0. Those that aren't sprinkled or have fire suppression systems, deaths can range anywhere from 50 upwards every year. And we had a bill in several years ago to install.
Okay, I think we're off the top of the bill. Yeah,
right.
Okay. First question goes to the sponsor, Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate your very, very specific points of opposition to the bill. And your very, very specific points of opposition to the bill, I believe, are very easily fixed. And I'm asking if you would please just contact me so that we can, in fact, set up that meeting as you have described. And after I hear your specifics, we can take this information back to the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Coalition, along with the wives of the fire chief, firemen, and I'm sure we can come to a conclusion on this very, very rapidly. So please reach out to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, I will do so as soon as we get off this hearing.
Okay, well, looks like we have a deal. So that ends, there are no other questions. So that ends the public hearing on House Bill 1052. Let's go to House Bill 1060, also Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1060 is a bill relevant to the common ownership communities as well. Back in 2005, Mr. Chair, there was a General Assembly task force on common ownership communities. And in 2006, the final report for this task force came out. And there hasn't been another task force of this magnitude since 2006, Mr. Chair. I took it upon myself beginning in June of this past year to put together another task force only because there has been a lot of different concepts since 2006. And I wanted to get comments on some of the nuances on common ownership communities since 2006. The task force convened, as I indicated, in June of 2021, and we met every Monday at 3 p.m. Eventually, Mr. Chair, the task force split up into 5 different committees. Each of those committees met once a week. So it basically wound up to being at least 6 meetings a week for that time period. And this piece of legislation, Mr. Chair, is one of those ideas that came out of those task force meetings. And I'm very, very pleased, Mr. Chair, to see some of the persons on this call that were participating in this very lengthy and detailed discussions since the summer of last year. The bill talks about a Bill of Rights, and a Bill of Rights is not something new in the state of Maryland. We have property owners' Bill of Rights, we have law enforcement officers' Bill of Rights, state correctional officers' Bill of Rights, basic rights for patients and comprehensive care for extended care facilities, and rights of individuals with regard to medical care. There is a gentleman here, Mr. Chair, who was also on the 2005 and 2006 committee. He was very, very instrumental in assisting me and others in understanding some of the things that took place in 2006. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to close my testimony and get to, so that you may have the opportunity to get to those that are on this call in support of HB 1060. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Marvin, only 6 meetings per week? You're slipping.
I have plenty of time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the first witness is Patricia Thomas. Patricia, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Patricia Thomas. I'm a condo association owner and also HOA association owner in Columbia, Maryland, in Howard County. When my husband and I moved into this active adult 55 plus community in 2005, we had no idea what it would entail. We didn't receive our governing documents until we had signed on the dotted line. We didn't know that owners were bound to membership in an organization that required adherence to a set of rules and oftentimes special assessments. Planned development communities were intended to protect property values and ensuring a certain standard of living. Instead, these communities turned out to be dictatorial organizations that stripped away constitutionality granted property rights. They would also take away your home without benefit of appeals and appearing in court. They would also hold you hostage in a home whose expenses you cannot control. Living in a common interest-owned community is a huge liability. Your home and all of your assets are liable for embezzlement, homicides, insurance scams, fraud, violent acts, stupidity, lawsuits, accidents, and maintenance liabilities. Homeowner association governance is not subject to the constitutional constraints that public government must abide by. State agencies have a hands-off policy claiming that we entered into a private contract and do not fall under their jurisdiction.
Ms. Thomas, if you could start to wrap up your testimony,
Yes, I surely
we
will.
would appreciate it.
All right, I will. Boards of directors are given judicial deference because they're only volunteers, are usually not professionals, and do not know the law. We need help in our communities to keep our homes. We need laws that are going to protect us, the homeowners. Democracy is at the core of community. We don't have it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Next, let's turn to Kim Glod. Kim, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kim Glaudet. And
pardon me.
I also served on the committee with Delegate Holmes. I feel like a Bill of Rights is needed for the state of Maryland now more than ever to protect homeowners that live in HOA and condo communities. The CCOC in Montgomery County already has a Bill of Rights for their homeowners, so why not make it statewide so that all homeowners living in these communities are protected? As it relates to HOA and condo communities, if the governing documents for that community are not referenced as part of the Maryland Homeowners Association Acts, the Office of the Attorney General has no enforcement. A homeowner is forced to hire an attorney on their behalf to correct some of the unjust and unfair actions of the board and management companies. This can cost a homeowner thousands of dollars in some cases and possibly lead to the homeowner losing their property. Too many times there have been situations in HOA and condo communities involving non-transparency of HOA financial records, meetings, or minutes for those meetings, improper elections or appointments of board members, decisions being made by management companies and board members who are uneducated about their own governing documents, decisions being made by unlicensed property management companies or untrained board members for their own personal financial gains, many times resulting in misappropriation of funds for that community. Board and management companies not allowing homeowners to participate in important business decisions that affect the community as a whole when their governing documents state otherwise. Retaliation by property management companies and board members to homeowners, resulting in unfair and unwarranted fines given without a proper hearing, and some escalating to unjustified liens being put on homeowner properties. Selective enforcement, whereas certain homeowners have to abide by the governing documents for that community, while other homeowners do not. These are just a few of the issues with HOA and condo communities in the state of Maryland not having a Bill of Rights to protect homeowners living in those communities. I urge you to pass this bill to hold property management companies and board members accountable for their behavior and their decisions made on behalf of an HOA or condo community. I'm a strong component of this bill because I have experienced and witnessed all that I have shared in my testimony. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I'll have to remember Glaudet rhymes with Barve.
Yes,
So,
Sade, the singer.
okay, Alex Hikimian. Alex, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Alex Hikimian. I'm a longtime resident of Columbia who has served on your state's task force on common ownership communities as well. And I wholeheartedly support House Bill 1060. I understand, however, that the Columbia Association, CA, wants you to exclude CA from this Bill of Rights bill. Please reject any amendment that would allow such exclusion. House Bill 1060 contains basic rights that are generally accepted all over this country. Why should residents of Columbia be singled out as not worthy of all these rights? Why is it that such rights are beneficial everywhere else, but somehow in Columbia, their residents don't deserve them? CA claims that the Bill of Rights doesn't fit in with CA's governing documents and the way CA does things. Well, that's just the point. We need a Bill of Rights to protect residents from some of the most flawed components of CA's governing documents and practices. CA also claims that it's too big, it's too unique, and the rights are unnecessary. Well, if bigness is so important, then why, for example, does the Federal Bill of Rights apply to all states, from the smallest all the way to the very largest? It's clear that basic rights have to be applied equally to all, not unequally based on size. And secondly, CA is not so unique. For example, other planned communities all across this country make their property owners the members of their associations. That's because, and this is important, it's generally accepted that any association that requires all homeowners to pay an annual charge and to be the subject to a lien must make them members of the association. And while some rights in House Bill 1060 are currently mentioned in state laws in the state and governing documents, it's vital to have a Bill of Rights statute, because without it, those rights can later more easily be removed or ignored. So in closing, people do look to you to protect our rights in Columbia, just as you protect them in the rest of Maryland. Therefore, I respectfully request that you reject any attempt to exclude CA from the Bill of Rights, and I urge a favorable report of House Bill 1060. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let's turn to Sheila Henriquez. Sheila, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm in favor of House Bill 1060 for the following reasons. I've been living in my common ownership community since 2001 and the board of directors since 2009. This bill will limit and or abolish many of the illegal acts, unethical acts, untrained actions.
I didn't realize the delegation.
Misappropriation of.
Hey, somebody needs to mute themselves other than the witness speaking. Yeah, go ahead.
Including misappropriation of funds, theft, non-communicating important information to the community for decision-making, and non-communication to their fellow board of directors to speak of their wrongful, illegal, unethical acts. Board of directors become directors who will neglect, become hostile, harass, and retaliate against those who will report their wrongdoings, which include lies they tell regarding community members who they don't like or who won't become part of their self-governance tactics and majority rules. This includes stealing community funds, misusing community funds for their own personal or for their friends' personal gain, which is directly contrary to their bylaws and fiduciary duties. They create their own group of members to gain the majority of votes so they can do as they please. Unfortunately, the only recourse common ownership owners have is to seek their own lawyer. That's too costly and extremely stressful. This needs to end. I applaud those who have written House Bill 1060. They have heard the cries of us unfortunate people who are under distress and decided to help them. Now it's your turn to help owners of common ownership communities by passing this much needed bill in its entirety. We as owners need an office where we can find enforcement for the laws of the state and country. Self-governance does not work. As I mentioned, honest board of directors need training and resources from the state, and common ownership communities need everything in this bill. We need the support, protection, and enforcement of a House Bill 1060 bill. Please pass this bill. And I also was part of Delegate Marvin Holmes' task force. Thank you for your time.
You're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, next we're going to turn to Michael Berman, who signed up favorable with amendments. Michael, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Is Michael Berman with us? Okay, we will go then next to Paul Taberzi, who signed up favorable with amendment. I think Kumar the Magnificent is going to make a prediction here. The answer is exclude the Columbia Association from the bill. And that's the answer. The question is, what is Paul Taberzi's testimony? Is Kumar the Magnificent correct?
You are always right, Mr. Chairman, and so is Chairman Holmes, your sidekick. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Welcome to the committee.
It's a pleasure to be back before the committee. I'm Paul Taberzi. I'm an attorney in Baltimore, and I've represented, it's my honor to represent Columbia, the Columbia Association, for many years. And as Delegate Terrassa knows, and many of you know, Delegate Holmes as well, CA happens to be picked up by the HOA Act, but it's much more than that. It's a city of well over 100,000 residents. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary. Many of you have been to Columbia. And contrary to what one of the gentlemen said earlier, you know, we're not trying to be carved out of a Bill of Rights. There are already procedures, number one, in the Homeowners Association Act, but also in the documents of Columbia, which have been in place for 50 years, providing for many of the things which this bill provides for. So we're not saying we don't want to comply with them. We already do, but we do it in our unique way, in a way that's worked for some 50 years. And so if the committee decides to move forward with this, we do ask that it not apply to the Columbia Association, because we have unique processes which have worked very well. I provided written testimony pointing out some of the many inconsistencies which would be put into the law if you pass the bill without the amendment. And by the way, I've shared the amendment with Delegate Holmes. He's kindly taking a look at it. We're happy to talk further in subcommittee. But there are many provisions. One is the bill would make everyone in Columbia a member of the HOA, and that's just not how it works. The members in Columbia are the board members. Delegate Terrassa knows better than I. She's very familiar with it. There are provisions dealing with financial matters that are just inconsistent with the way we do things. Again, finally, the bill is well-intentioned, but we already cover it in our own way that makes sense. No one's complained, and happy to talk further in the subcommittee. And magnificent one. It's always great to be back with you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Barve. Thank you.
Good to see you, Paul. Next, Bob Etten with the Builders. Bob, welcome back to the committee. Got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Etten on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. You have our written testimony. We are in strong support of the bill. We do have some technical concerns, and they're spelled out in our written testimony. Just for example, if we look at section B8, Roman numeral 3, page 4, lines 24 to 26, give the owners the right to a reasonable opportunity to speak during a timely period. And that's the kind of thing that we're concerned about. We think some of the terms in this bill need to be clarified and refined. I'm not sure, what a timely period would be. I'm not sure what a reasonable opportunity would be. We'd rather see it spell out. What is the opportunity? Number of days, whatever, after notice. What is the specific time period for something like that? And those are the nature of our changes. Mr. Chairman, we support the bill and look forward to working with the subcommittee and with the sponsor to see if our what I characterize as more technical concerns can be addressed. Thank you.
Okay. Also testifying favorable with amendments is Lori Graff. Is she with us or is she in the Senate?
I think
I'm
she's
back.
still in. Oh, she's back. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Okay, Lori, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, trying to juggle many different things today. I'm not going to bore you. Mr. Etten already basically covered our testimony, so I will say me too. Thank you.
Okay, that's how a Me Too is done. There appears to be only 2 people who've signed up in opposition. So I'm going to take them now and then we'll go to questions and answers. So Mike Conroy with the Montgomery Village Foundation is signed up in opposition. Mike, if you're with us, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Mike Conroy.
Unless it's the Michael and Venetia here, I don't believe they're present.
Okay, let's try Joel Hurwitz. Joel?
Yes, good afternoon again, Mr. Chair of the committee.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes. Welcome back.
I'm Joel Hurwitz. I find myself in the unique position of opposing this bill since I've spent much of my time fighting for open government in Howard County. But I believe this bill creates chaos. It gives rights without details of how to enforce or interact with the relevant provisions of the homeowners and condominium acts. It's not of the standard, notwithstanding the governing documents language. As a Columbia resident, I admit I have problems with transparency of the Columbia Association, but this really does not solve the problems and fails to recognize the unique, complicated governance relationship with 10 villages in the Columbia Association, especially where tenants are members of the village associations and allowed to vote. And the half-price facility provision would seem to cause chaos in the pricing and the use of facilities. If it was half the price, the number of memberships would decline, and Columbia Association would be in a cycle of raising the membership cost to cover the expenses, while more and more residents opted for the half-price option, which in turn would cause more members to opt for the half-price option. As a member of a Columbia Village Board who will be discussing later today our election procedures, I don't know if our procedures for an election committee are sufficient for parties. Our election procedures and the bylaws are complicated enough without having to resort to another vague provision. As a condo owner, I have rights, procedures, in my bylaws that have not been followed for years, and there's no easy way to enforce. In fact, last year, our attorney told me this in terms of provisions. Furthermore, as a condo with percentage interest voting, there's no way to have an easy way for a secret ballot. We have a complicated spreadsheet to calculate our votes. And what does this mean in a 10-unit community? Do they have to hire someone to run the election, especially where 3 of the 10 people are running and probably not all of the 10 participate in the election? And do they have to hire a management company in such small communities? Please don't pass a bill with vague rights, but place such terms into the relevant provisions of the code so there's actually a solution to each of the problems that some of the previous persons testified to. For these reasons, I ask for an unfavorable report to this bill in its form.
All right. We have a question from Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am not from Howard County and only vaguely familiar with the Columbia Association, but I was just curious with this carve out for the association. What if that association completely like fell apart someday, or internally it weakened, protections that this statewide Bill of Rights envisions? What would happen then? I just wonder if a really broad, sort of exemption is necessary. And is this the only group seeking to be carved out of this statewide law?
Well, if I may answer, the committee has dealt with that kind of a thing over the years, as some of my friends on the committee know. And I assure you, Columbia's a large city, 100,000 residents. They issue bonds. They're not going anywhere. It's more a matter that the procedures there are unique, address these things, but in a different way, which has worked for 50 years. It's sort of a technicality that Columbia is even picked up by the HOA Act. It is, but in a very technical way. Most of the HOAs in the state are much smaller. I think most of the witnesses talked about the smaller HOAs. Montgomery Village is relatively not large, as the chairman knows. But we're not going anywhere, and I think Delegate Terrassa could add to that. I mean, we're essentially, I think, the second largest city in the state of Maryland, so I wouldn't worry about that. It's a matter of respecting our procedures, which have worked well, and nobody's complained about them. And why come in with things that override them? That's the point, Delegate Lehman.
Well, I appreciate it. And I actually live in Laurel, sir. So I obviously know what Columbia is. I know where it is. I know how big it is, the whole Rouse history. But I'm just saying setting aside how unique Columbia is in the association, whether it should or shouldn't be considered, be considered a common ownership community. What about any unique protections, again, that this bill affords? That are you saying everything that you have is either equivalent or of a higher standard than what Delegate Holmes' bill envisions?
I think that's a fair statement. I mean, the bill comes at it a different way, but if you spent any time there, and I know Delegate Terrassa has, Mr. Hakimian's been before our board, believe me, people have rights, they have transparency, they have the right to complain, they have all sorts of protections, they can go to the Attorney General. It's a great process. And by the way, this bill was not aimed at us. I mean, I think Delegate Holmes would say that the bill was put in on its own merits. But
yeah, no, I realize that.
And a number, just my last point, I'm sorry to talk over you, Delegate. There are smaller HOA entities that happen to be geographically in Columbia. We're not trying to get them carved out. I think one of the witnesses even spoke about that. And again, as Delegate Terrassa knows, if I happen to live in a townhouse community, that's sort of a smaller traditional HOA, that would absolutely be covered. We're just talking about the Columbia Association itself as this large governing body, not the smaller HOAs that happen to be within Columbia.
Okay, one other follow-up then. What did you mean? Would it be a problem for residents to be members of the association? You cited that as part of a reason why it would be carved out. I don't even understand what you mean by that.
Well, I provided written testimony. I mean, again, the procedures are very arcane, but the answer is yeah. I mean, a member is a member of the board of directors, the board of the Columbia Association. That's just legally how it's set up. And if this bill were literally to be applied, all 100,000 residents would become, quote, members. And that just doesn't make any sense. That's not how it works. You can be elected to the board and then you're legally a member of the Columbia board. I mean, it's, again, the same point. One size does not fit all, and we're different and unique. Probably our friends in Montgomery Village would say the same thing. And I think Delegate Holmes has heard this over the years, but we'll talk more in subcommittee. But we're not saying we're better. We're just saying we're different, and we shouldn't be picked up by all these provisions.
Yeah, it's a shame that the person from Montgomery Village isn't with us, and I'm not sure if they actually submitted written testimony. So.
But Mr. Chairman, are they carved out of this bill as well?
I believe they signed up in opposition to the
Yeah,
bill.
I imagine if they had given us written testimony, it would have said that they want to be carved out like the Columbia Association, but I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to make mention, you asked if they were the only ones, and I just wanted to point your attention to that because maybe they also want to be excluded as well. So anyway,
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
next question goes to Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was fine. I wasn't going to say anything until my good friend Paul DeBersi said that Columbia is a city, and it is not. It is not a city. You get your voting rights by owning property. You don't get your voting rights by living there. So it is not a municipality. And so I just want to make that very clear. And this is not a local government. This is a private enterprise.
You're absolutely right. I was using the word city with a lowercase c. You're right. It's not a municipal corporation. We've talked about that over the years, Delegate Healy, but it's a lowercase city in that sense, but it's not a municipal corporation. You're right.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wasn't going to say something about that piece, but I do need to clarify. I mean, Columbia is very complicated, and one day when you all want to know about it, I'm happy to have a lecture on it. But
that will never happen. That will never happen.
But I have to say that all renters are able to vote in Columbia, and in many of the villages we have 10. It's one person, one vote. So it's not entirely true that it's just based on property rights. So it's a little more complicated than that. Everybody in my village is able to vote, one person, one vote. Well, everybody over 18. So I just wanted to clarify that piece. But Mr. Taberzi, without getting into, oh no, just a second, I'm about to run out of, without saying one way or another what should happen with Columbia in this, I just want to clarify something because I just really can't leave it unsaid. You're not suggesting there's never been any complaints about governance or transparency in Columbia, are you?
No, but they've been dealt with, as you know, very thoroughly, either by the Columbia Board or even folks have gone to the Attorney General. That's happened over the years. So they've been dealt with through those processes.
But you're saying that they're, I guess I'm trying to understand, like, you're saying they're over with, like they're not continuing concerns?
No, I'm just saying there, as you know better than I, there are procedures in place. Their citizens can come before the board. Mr. Hakimian appeared before the board, for example, last week. There's all sorts of ways folks can make their views known. They could even go to the AG. People have done that in years past, I know. So there are forums and processes which can deal with any complaints.
Yeah, and I do want to talk to you further about this, and I like that may make sense to carve Columbia out. I definitely want to talk to you about that.
Sure.
Because it makes sense, but you just said that they can come before the board and that they can go to the Attorney General. Can't members of any, can't residents in any HOA do the same?
Yes. Well, I can't speak to all, but I know the AG can deal with complaints. In our case, there's citizens speak out at every board meeting, as you know. Yes.
Isn't that true of all HOAs?
I don't know about every HOA, but I'm sure there's, there are due process rights.
I don't think that's true of all HOAs. I could be wrong. We'll find out from the council.
I believe they're allowed to speak at them, but maybe not, but I thought they were at all.
Well, I don't want to speak for Delegate Holmes, but I think sometimes bills like this are put in because some HOAs don't deal with these problems and don't have due process, and bills are put in that are good bills. We think we already have it and we think it's addressed, but there probably are gaps that bills like this fill. We just don't think there are in our case.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to talk to you offline. I just couldn't leave that representing that many people in Columbia. Thank you.
All right. There appear to be no further questions. Thank you to everyone. Let's turn now to House Bill 1061. Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could ask our assistant in your office, Ben, to stand by.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, HB 1061 is referencing condos and HOAs. And if you live in a condo or an HOA, you are basically being taxed twice. You pay your property taxes to your county, and then you also pay your HOA or condominium dues. This bill seeks to address that double taxation. Ben, would you click the testimony, click the clip, please? Make sure you get the speaker up.
Are you able to hear that video?
No. Back it up. Can't hear it.
Looks like the microphone's on.
Really bad.
There we go.
Back it up for me, Ben. Back it up to the beginning.
Use this sidewalk because the cars are really bad. I used to be able to walk from my house, use this sidewalk because the cars are coming in this way, and go out and do some walking. But now I can't even walk the sidewalk.
Patricia Harris showed us just how bad a sidewalk has gotten in the Marlton 4 subdivision of Upper Marlboro, where she's lived for the last 31 years. A section of it sits nearly at a 90-degree angle because the retaining wall that supports the sidewalk is failing.
The fences down there, they went right in those holes.
Another neighbor even shared with us photos of what the sidewalk used to look like in 2013. That's when the sidewalk was intact with minor issues. But photos over the last 8 years would show how seemingly minor issues turned into major structural problems.
It's very tough to see this, to see the wall in the front, and to see the trees have never been pruned.
Harris and her neighbors say the damage and neglect is the result of an inactive homeowners association. Normally, an HOA would handle repairs and ensure regular maintenance. Several neighbors tell me they haven't had a functioning HOA in the last 10 years, meaning no one has been directly responsible for the upkeep of Marlton 4. And when we tried to speak with someone from the HOA about the issue, there was no one to talk to. Harris told us it wasn't always like this.
When I first purchased a home, we had one of the residents, he was an accountant, so he did the HOA. So we paid him monthly on a monthly basis, and everything was pretty cool. I mean, it was nice.
But she says once the original HOA president moved, a management company was hired to maintain the property. Then after a few years, she says the HOA dropped the management company and decided the HOA would manage the property itself yet again.
A couple residents up front said, well, look, we can manage our own development. So started paying them, but everything started dropping off. And as you can see, this is what we have now.
Neighbors thought the county would be able to help with its failing retaining wall, but a 2013 service request to the county's Department of Public Works and Transportation showed the sidewalk is on private property, or in this case, owned by Marlton 4, meaning the department couldn't help, and repairs fell squarely on the homeowners. But they're in for sticker shock. Estimates suggest total repair costs could exceed $200,000, meaning each homeowner could get a special assessment of more than $8,000 each.
I'm retired, so it's not something I can stomach.
Homeowners reached out to State Delegate Marvin Holmes.
The very first step, attempting to assist the HOA with.
Now we know why we're seeing this.
The second step is that there will be a special meeting of this HOA so that the members of this community can have an election.
And once the board is established and functional, the goal is to begin repairs right away.
Something has to be done. If it gets to the point where it falls on all of us, I guess when that time comes, we have to deal with it.
Maryland doesn't have a state agency dedicated to ensuring HOAs throughout the state are compliant with state law. If there are issues with an HOA, complaints are submitted to the Office of the Maryland Attorney General. Since last year, Prince George's County now requires condo associations and homeowner associations to conduct reviews every 5 years to ensure they're collecting enough money or have enough in reserves to meet maintenance costs. Delegate Holmes is trying to get a bill passed statewide that would require similar reviews and direct a state agency to ensure compliance. So far, his bills have stalled in the state Senate. Larry Miller, WUSA.
Oh Marvin. Now we know why you wanted that.
This was the show you were talking about, huh?
Well,
Marvin,
yes.
okay, so all I can say, Marvin, is number one, they should have a reserve study. And number two, whoever does a study should not have to just have a business card from Staples.
You got it, Mr. Chair. But the primary reason why I wanted to show that clip was because there needs to be a methodology whereby organizations like that can look to the county in terms of augmenting, having their taxes moved to a different spot so they can pay for reserves, pay for maintenance like that. I was not making a reference to Staples, but you did pick it up, Mr. Chair, almighty one.
Okay, let's go through the witnesses. I will point out to the committee that no one is signed up in opposition. So first, let's return back to Patricia Thomas. Patricia, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Patricia?
Thank you. I'm here.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm back again. I am in favor of this legislation because of this. The physical infrastructure funding for these communities is exorbitant. Local governments let the associations collect from us to pay for services like roads, common areas, sidewalks, curbs, streetlights, and signs that are normally provided by them. Local governments continue to collect taxes for these services. We pay for them twice in many cases. The designation of private versus public gives us nothing. We also pay for trash removal and snow removal. We are ordinary people left to fend for ourselves as to how to finance and maintain some of the most expensive elements of your property. As you begin to age, nothing goes down as far as payments for services. Therefore, I am asking for your consideration to support House Bill 1061 to use some creative, updated ideas to help these communities. They need to be monitored, reviewed, and protected by the Constitution of the United States of America. Let's be fair and open to all of our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let's turn to Alex Hakimian. Alex, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you again. My name is Alex Hakimian, and I want to add my support for House Bill 1061. This bill overcomes the difficulties faced by common ownership communities in having enough funds to repair and maintain their infrastructure. It also resolves the serious inequity of some associations having to pay little or nothing, while other associations are burdened with paying the entire huge cost. This problem has been building up over the last 50 years to the point where it's now urgent to solve it. The origins of the problem can be traced back to when local governments approved the plans of the original developers of these communities. The governing documents drafted by the developers placed severe limits on how much money the associations could raise. So now many of these older communities have reserves that are so severely underfunded that it is impractical and unfair to extract the huge amount of money needed from today's residents. And to make matters worse, the development approval process created an arbitrary divide of haves and have-nots. Because back then, the infrastructure within some associations, like roads and stormwater facilities, were deemed public facilities. So the cost to repair and maintain them would forever be the responsibility of local governments. But within other associations, those same facilities were back then deemed private, imposing that responsibility forever on the associations. So this bill would help resolve that serious inequity and place all associations on an equal financial footing. And it will prevent further deterioration of facilities that depress property values and the resulting downside on local government property tax income. So in closing, there is precedent for such a fund. It's very similar in principle to tax increment financing, TIF. Just as TIF is a beneficial resource for developers, this bill's fund would be a comparable beneficial resource for community associations. So I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now next, Sheila Henriquez. Sheila, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Sheila? I saw her a second ago. Oh, there she is.
Okay. I've lived in a common ownership community since 2001 and a board of directors since 2009. I'm in favor of this bill. I can tell you that safe infrastructure is greatly needed in order to support the daily lives for homeowners and COCs. Infrastructure supports a safe environment, a good education, resources, and overall stability for homeowners. In certain areas, they have no need to be concerned with infrastructure because it's taken care of for them by the government. However, for example, my community pays for its infrastructure needs, and it's extremely expensive. Currently, my community is now less desirable to live in. The community's infrastructure has deteriorated over the years. The nice community where I purchased my home for my children to live in and for myself has decreased in value. It would be a great accomplishment for my state to establish and pass this bill to honor common ownership homeowners in Maryland, with the ability to know that where they live, their infrastructure is protected. We pay our property and community taxes as well as the other communities who get the infrastructure help they need. We should be treated fairly. Passing this bill is needed. Lastly, to know there's a law that protects the infrastructure of common ownership communities is the right thing to do to help your fellow Marylanders of common ownership communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That's it for the testimony. Yes, we have a couple of questions for this bill. Delegate Healy is first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask sponsor Delegate Holmes a question about if the public, local government becomes responsible for this infrastructure, would that limit the ability of the association to absolutely control parking in their facilities? So if, in other words, if they have, they don't have parking for visitors or the general public in their lot, you have to live there or own property there to use the parking there. Would that be changed if the government took over the responsibility for the infrastructure?
Good question, Delegate Healy, and the answer is no. The only purpose that the government serves in this particular bill is that, let me back up. This is a fund that is established by municipalities for purposes of maintenance of infrastructure, and that's all that it does. It's authorization legislation for the purpose of maintaining the infrastructure. All of the other governing document regulations still stay in effect.
Could the local government, for example, make that a condition of that? If we're going to maintain your roads, you have to allow a certain number of the citizens of this municipality, for example, to have a place where they could park on your property when they come to visit.
I'm not sure that they could, but I see Alex is here, and perhaps Alex can put additional insight into that question.
Typically, parking is not part of the responsibility of local government, whereas the roads are. So parking would stay the responsibility of the association.
I'm just thinking that I know of places where some of these newer townhouse communities are within municipalities where the public is used to parking on the street and visiting, maybe with limited, residential parking limitations, but the private development, which doesn't look that different from the neighboring streets, people can't park there at all or they'll be towed away. So I'm just saying that if the town decides that we'll help you if you help us, that you don't think they'd be able to do that?
I think what we might be able to do is try to look at some of the other areas in the United States that do this and try to mirror some of that and try to take your concerns to heart. You have any comments on that, Alex?
Yeah, that's a good idea. And I think that local government eventually are going to have to, once authorized, once this bill is passed and counties have the authority to create this fund, then they will probably have to pass their own local legislation to create that fund. And some of these details can be taken care of at that stage.
Thank you very much. We'll look at it later. Thanks.
Okay, Delegate Clark and Terraza for this bill that doesn't have any opponents.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Holmes, I've been waiting for this bill since we talked earlier in the year.
That is correct. I told you it was coming. I told you it was coming.
Yeah. It's first question. This is enabling legislation for the county?
That is correct. That is correct. I am not dictating that anyone in your part of the area be mandated to do this. Enabling legislation. That is correct.
Okay. Then I'm going to let my question go at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I did forewarn you in January that it was coming, didn't I?
Yeah, well, yeah, just for the record, we have some private communities that have that access of 100 miles of roadway that are privately owned by the community. And it could be very problematic for the county to have to take over the maintenance of that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's it. That's the last question. So that's the end of the public hearing for House Bill 1061. Let's proceed to House Bill 1069, the Bed Bug Detection and Treatment Act. Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is relevant to bed bugs, and some have asked me how I came about proposing this legislation. And I wanted to make sure that everyone understood the origins of this bed bug legislation. This was something that was looked at by the National Black Caucus of State Legislators. In particular, there was a state legislator in Colorado that initiated this in her home state through the 44th Annual Legislative Conference in the National Black Legislators. And in the conversations with those that have put this forward, they indicated that it was a win-win for landlords and tenants. And I'm just going to kind of go through how this can be a win-win for the landlords and the tenants. The tenants are legally protected and permitted to come forward about potential bedbug infestation without fear of retribution or eviction. And we're always looking at those types of eviction cases here. Additionally, knowledgeable, licensed, and trained professionals inspect the best ways to ensure infection of their home is sufficiently addressed. And now that's the benefits for the tenants. How do the landlords win? Well, the landlords win by making sure that their property values aren't decreased and making sure that these bed bugs do not move from one unit to the other unit within the buildings. There are several jurisdictions that already have this into law, and I'll just mention them. There's Connecticut, I've already mentioned Colorado and Maine, and a couple of local jurisdictions have put this into law as well, which is Chicago and Philadelphia. We have some opposition to the bill, primarily the Maryland Legal Aid, and I'd like to work with them during subcommittee. But one of the things that they addressed in their opposition about us trying to seek a process to address the public health scourge of bed bugs. And I think that perhaps once we start to discuss in the subcommittee, Mr. Chair, we can come to some conclusions.
Well, I think you should allow the opponents to tell us why they're against.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next, Brittany Campbell. Brittany, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Dr. Brittany Campbell, and I am the Director of Technical Services at the National Pest Management Association, also known as NPMA. We are a nonprofit organization that supports the pest management industry with more than 5,500 member companies around the country. I received my master's degree from Virginia Tech and my PhD from the University of Florida, where I have spent collectively 7 years researching bed bugs and working in low-income communities to control bed bugs. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Now, NPMA does support Delegate Holmes' HB 1069 bill. We are supportive of the bill as it adheres to bedbug pest management practices that are based on science and bedbug biology, prescribing duties for landlords, tenants, and pest management professionals. And it also provides a proven private sector solution to bedbug problems by hiring a licensed pest management professional to inspect and treat for bedbugs. In Chicago, as Dr. Holmes has already, or Delegate Holmes has already said, studies have shown that this framework not only is effective, it reduces bedbug populations, but it also provides the added benefit of reducing evictions. The effectiveness of this framework caught the attention of lawmakers from around the country. In fact, NPMA is a member of the National Black Caucus of State Legislators, a corporate roundtable where our organization partnered with Representative Leslie Harrod to propose that her bedbug law be endorsed as model legislation by NBCSL. In December 2020, NBCSL endorsed her bedbug law as model legislation. So NPMA believes that this endorsed legislation is a model for the country, and we are pleased to see that Delegate Holmes' bill builds off this model legislation. I realize my time is already at a close, so I'm going to skip some of this here. But implementing the expertise of licensed pest control companies would be the most feasible and reliable answer to curbing bedbug infestations within buildings. In addition, tenants should not fear eviction and other ramifications when they notify landlords of an infestation in a timely manner and cooperate, and landlords should be responsible for employing pest management professionals for inspections and treatments. Every party wins in this situation, the tenant, the landlords, as well as the Maryland community, by having fewer bed bugs spread among public transport, schools, offices, apartments, and homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn now to Lucas Carnahan with the Maryland State Pest Control Association. Lucas, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here today to testify in favor of the landlord-tenant bedbug legislation, HB 1069. I'm representing the Maryland State Pest Control Association, which is the only trade group for structural pest management companies in Maryland. I'm excited to be here today. Thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of MSPCA, I applaud Delegate Holmes for sponsoring this bill. It's an excellent piece of legislation I strongly support because it will help to solve the bedbug crisis in Maryland. This bill is rooted in science. Bed bugs can be next to impossible for uncertified and untrained individuals to manage. This is a job best left to pest control professionals. As an entomologist, I think it's important for our laws to reflect entomological and public health recommendations, and this bill is representative of that ideal. Studies have shown that lower income neighborhoods have a higher prevalence of bed bug infestations than areas with higher incomes. More specifically, a low-income household can be 8 to 12 times more likely to have bedbug infestations than a high-income household. Bedbugs negatively affect human health in a variety of ways, including psychological. An academic study found that 81% of individuals afflicted with bedbugs reported psychological effects. The current structure of landlord-tenant law encourages behaviors that contribute to the spread of bedbugs. It's currently the landlord's responsibility in multi-unit housing to control bedbugs, but unfortunately the laws still permit landlords to attribute fault to the tenant. This leads to disputes and treatment delays. Delegate Holmes' bedbug bill addresses the problem. In summary, HB 1069 is an excellent and necessary bill, as it would allow for both landlords and tenants to win regarding bedbug infestations. Tenants win because they're legally protected and permitted to come forward about a potential bedbug infestation without fear of retribution or eviction. Landlords win because their property values are protected It reduces the likelihood of negative consequences brought on by chronic infestations. Last but not least, states also win because they enact an effective solution into law with little to no fiscal impact on state budgets. Please pass HB 1069 with amendments to allow for our registered employees to protect pest control services under the supervision of certified applicators.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Matt Hill with the Public Justice Center, favorable with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Matt Hill, an attorney at Public Justice Center. Thank you, Vice Chair Holmes, Subcommittee Chair Holmes, for bringing forward this important bill. This is bed bugs are a big issue. I hate bed bug cases. I've had bed bug cases, and I feel so bad for the tenants. They don't know what's going on. They can't sleep. They're itching all the time. The landlord doesn't know what's going on half the time. The court doesn't know what's going on. And so it is important that there be some broader framework in the law to address this important issue. And HB 1069 is a good start. Now, there's also, and I missed part of the initial windup that Delegate Holmes brought, but there's SB 529 in the Senate, which is very similar to this bill. There are a couple of key differences. And so I just want to highlight those key differences in which we prefer SB 529's approach to those differences. And those are in my testimony. But the two keys are that there's one provision that says that a tenant who fails to comply in a reasonable manner with the inspection or treatment is liable for the cost for their dwelling unit and all contiguous dwelling units operated by the landlord. And that's a real concern for us. The court and not the landlord should determine whether any costs are assessed against the tenants who do not comply with inspection and retreatment criteria. SB 529 addresses that. It leaves it in the hands of the court. We prefer that method. Second, and similarly, it places the burden on the tenant for all costs associated with preparing the dwelling for inspection and treatment. These preparations can be extensive. It can require moving furniture all over the place, storing all your personal belongings. For persons with disabilities, seniors on a fixed income who can't get around and move furniture, they may need assistance. And again, putting it solely in the hands of the landlord to assess fines and fees on tenants without some sort of court order is problematic. And so it also raises fair housing concerns if you're not accommodating persons with a disability or a senior citizen. And so we suggest again that 529 provides the better approach and makes the court the arbiter of whether or not to assess a fine or a penalty for non-compliance by a tenant. Third, finally, there's a line here that says nothing in the section requires a landlord to provide a tenant with alternative lodging or pay to replace a tenant's property.
You're really kind of over your 2 minutes here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rest is in my written testimony.
Okay, terrific. Next, let's go to Ryan Washington with AOPA, favorable with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Washington. I am with the Apartment and Office Building Association, Metropolitan Washington, also known as AOBA. AOBA appreciates the bill's provisions that hold the resident accountable for notifying the housing provider if they know or reasonably suspect there are bed bugs in their unit. In addition, the bill also holds the tenant or resident responsible for costs associated with preparation for treatment and inspection of the rental dwelling unit. However, there are still concerns we have with the bill. In HB 1069, sorry, it creates a new standard for pest inspection and treatment for bed bugs. Under the minimum livability code, it already governs and enforces infestations for pests, including bed bugs, whether it be rodents or other such pests that may come in multifamily residential housing units. It is the housing provider's best interest to be aware of any presence of bed bugs on their properties. HB 10690 sets bed bugs infestations apart from other pests and creates a different standard of preliminary inspections. We have very specific changes that will make the bill improve a bill that are outlined in our testimony, so I won't go any further. Thank you again for allowing me to speak, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to Aaron Greenfield, also signed up favorable with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield on behalf of MMHA. We are favorable with amendments. You have our written testimony. Addressing bed bugs requires engagement and notification by a resident. Without cooperation, these infestations can result in significant financial and administrative burdens for housing providers, causing property loss, expense, and inconvenience. The central challenge our members face is ensuring that residents have timely prepared their property and their belongings. We appreciate that the bill holds the resident accountable if they fail to comply with inspection and treatment. And we would strongly disagree with Mr. Hill's position with respect to leaving it up to the court. And I find it quite rich that he would make that argument in light of the filing fee argument we've made, where we have sought to leave it up to the court. Bed bugs are in fact introduced to units by residents. Legislation addressing this matter must appropriately balance the responsibility for preventative action and cost between residents and owners. You have our written testimony with amendments that parallel that of AOBA. I won't go into it, but would respectfully request a favorable report with those amendments.
Okay, thank you very much. Only one person has signed up in opposition, so I'm going to recognize Greg Countess, and then we will entertain questions for everybody who's testified. So Greg, you're signed up in opposition to the bill.
Thank you very much, Chairman Barve, members of the committee. Again, my name is Greg Countess. I'm with Maryland Legal Aid. And I want to say from the start, I applaud Delegate Holmes for putting forth this bill to tackle this particular subject, because it is one that is really tough. And our opposition goes to situations in which it seems to us rather ridiculous that a landlord would use, for instance, bed bug preparation, bed bug treatment, and as a pretext for evicting a tenant. And the reason why we are opposed is because we have seen it happen. And if I can, I only have a minute and 16 seconds left. Let me try to do this quickly. We had a client, and it's in a written testimony, who was a double amputee. Both of his legs were cut off. He was in a wheelchair. He was blind in one eye. He was half blind in the other. There was a question as to whether or not, in fact, he could read. And he had real difficulty in writing. He was brought to our attention because he went to Adult Protective Services. They saw bugs crawling all over him. They said, oh my, what the heck is going on here? And so they contacted the owner of the property. The problem is, as Mr. Hill had identified, one, preparation. If you're disabled, if you don't have assistance to prepare the units, then what's going to happen is the unit's not going to be prepared. And in his case, he had great difficulty in being able to do it for obvious reasons. And when he tried to have someone come in to help him do it, those persons were barred from the property. Again, for the reason for that, we don't know. What we can tell you is that there was extensive litigation in this case, and the case was dismissed. And but shortly after that, this particular client died, and we don't know what the effect of strain of him being landlord attempting to put him out had on him. So I see my time is over. If I had a brief period, I could recap the 3 points that we want to make about the bill and changes that we would like.
Well, let's go to questions and see if we can suss out all these issues. The first question goes to Delegate Terraza. Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I unfortunately don't have the testimony right in front of me, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Mr. Greenfield, but maybe it was somebody else who said that they didn't, how would they know if there were bed bugs? They failed to see how they could find out about bed bugs other than the tenant telling them. And I'm just trying to understand that, like, why wouldn't they be responsible if they saw the bed bugs, for example, or had other reason to know about the bed bugs, such as in the case that we were just told about? Was that Mr. Greenfield's testimony?
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, my point is, the bill, I think the bill appropriately requires the resident to promptly notify the landlord. And I think that that's a great standard, and that's the same standard that's in the Senate bill that is not in identical form. But you need the tenant to notify the landlord. The landlord isn't simply going in to inspect if there are bed bugs unless they get notification.
But if you have, you know, some other type of notice other than the tenant, why isn't that, other than the tenant giving you official notice, why isn't that sufficient?
No, I'm saying it is sufficient if they give no, I think the notice
Other than
requirement
the
in this
tenant.
bill. Well, who else would tell you other than if, I guess, a property technician sees it? That's perhaps one way that they can address it. Now, the bill does require the landlord to pay for the entire cost unless, of course, the tenant fails to do his or her part.
Right, but my understanding is you wanted to limit it to only if it was given notice, if you were given notice directly by the tenant.
Well, no, that is not my testimony. I think my
Okay.
testimony is that we agree with the prompt notice. We think it's sufficient. However, if a tenant does not do what he or she is required to do, which is about, in our estimate, about 30% of the time where they don't properly prepare the units, that becomes a really significant issue. And the bed bugs can then go into the contiguous units, as I understand it. You have doctors on here who are far more articulate than I am, but that's the issue.
I guess I was just trying to figure out why you didn't see any other way that you could find that out. But I think you've answered that. Thank you.
All right, next question goes to Delegate Learman.
Thank you. I was just wondering if Greg could tell us.
Brooke, I'm having difficulty hearing you.
I was just hoping that Greg could tell us his final 3 points. He said he had 3 points that he wanted to make. Greg?
You know what, Brooke? We're all, I think, having difficulty hearing you.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I think that Delegate Learman asked me to speak, and so thank you, Delegate Learman.
Yeah, go ahead.
The final 3 points is this, and it also goes to unit preparation protocol. We believe that they should be provided to residents in advance. I don't know if they change. Most often they do not. If there's a protocol that determines how the unit should be prepared, and it's a pest control sort of individual, then these protocols could be put together. They could be given out to tenants when their tenancy begins. Or at some other time at the signing. And what that does then, it advises the tenant, okay, this is what you're gonna have to do in order to, if you have a bed bug problem, to get it prepared. And if the tenant cannot, then they have time in order to arrange to get someone to come in and help them if that problem occurs. The protocol should be reasonable. And there should be a penalty for landlords who use unreasonable protocols. And the reason for that is because, as in the case that I described, the landlord was requiring the tenant in that case to move furniture, to go into cabinets and take things out of cabinets. The man was confined to a wheelchair. He had no legs. There was no way that could occur. And then when he had to try to have someone come in to help him, they barred those persons from his unit. Again, we don't know why they did that. And therefore, that brings us to the second part of whether or not they're reasonable or not. Those protocols should comply with the fair housing duties of the owner. And that's in regard to reasonable accommodation. And if there's some need for some reasonable modification. And tenants should be made aware of that, because if they need help and they're disabled, then they should be advised of the reasonable accommodation, reasonable modification policy of the apartment owners. And then any application of the protocol that does not meet, we believe, the fair housing standard, should result in costs being assessed again, or the landlord should then bear the costs for any delay in preparation, any delay as there is in treatment, and of course the cost for treatment in and of itself. Again, this bill is really a great bill. It's a great attempt. we just think that there need to be protections that are built in from tenants from bad actors. And believe me, we're not talking about the good folks. We're talking about folks who, again, attempt to use, some landlords use any sort of reason as a pretext for evicting the tenant, or at least that's what it seems. And surely we're not accusing, I'm not accusing the folks that testified.
Okay.
Thank you, Greg.
Delegate Boyce has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to kind of go on record to say this is a sensitive issue because bed bugs are terrible. And let me quickly just say this, and then I have some isn't it so questions. I was in Harpers Ferry 4 or 5 years ago on a quick trip with, the girls. A week later, I had bites all over my neck and all over my arms. I did not know what it was until I figured out that it was bed bugs. So there's the panic, right? Because now I'm the person who's been bitten, but I don't know if I'm the person who now has stuff in their bag that I've just now brought home to my house from West Virginia to now Baltimore City. And then to the point of the other 2 people with me bringing it home as well, which is, I think to Mr. Counts' point, you mentioned that the person wasn't allowed to have anybody in there. And respectfully, I'm going to say it's because depending on how bad it is, those things jump. And so I'm not sure why they didn't send this person, I think to your point, assistant, somebody who could have been draped and clothed. But I want to just talk about if a doctor can talk about the rapid movement of bed bugs in the most severe cases, as well as the light cases like my own, because bed bugs move quick. And then when they're in units that are connected to other units, depending on how many they are, they spread very quickly. And so I think with my case, I didn't know for a week. The other cases, my 2 other friends, they didn't have any bites. I did. Or they had 1 or 2, they didn't care about it, but I'm someone who has allergies. So I immediately saw it. So, I mean, I think if we can speak about the severity of bed bugs in general and why I think not only this is important, but why quick actions toward it is important.
I can speak to that question. So just to throw it out there, bed bugs don't jump, thank goodness, they only crawl, but they do move very quickly. So there's been a study, and we go deep into the science, but basically how they figured this out, a bunch of scientists painted bed bugs in an apartment, they released them, and then they monitored how quickly they could move to adjacent units. Someone was speaking to bed bug biology, and they will move in between wall voids. They will even move down hallways. So they found that within 24 hours, the bed bugs have crawled on their own. Someone didn't move them around to all adjacent units. Within 48 hours, the bed bugs have crawled down a hallway. So aside from people moving them around, they also move very quickly on their own.
Interesting. Okay. Regina, any follow-ups, or should I go to Jen?
No, I just wanted to make that point, and I didn't mean to say jump, but when I do say jump, they move quicker than people think, which is why the avoidance of furniture you find kind of like on the street and you pull inside and all these other things, that it's also people, it's also them, they do move quickly, and it's also furniture. So I just wanted that to be noted.
Okay, Delegate Terraza and Wyville in that order. And Dana, are you around? Ann, how about you?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, Dana. Okay, so I have that doctor's appointment, so I'm gonna have to sign off, and I'll probably see you guys tomorrow, perhaps. Okay.
Okay, should I go ahead?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back to Mr. Greenfield, I did pull up the testimony, and it was under year number 3, reasonably suspects. It says MMHA is unclear how a housing provider would reasonably suspect that the unit has bed bugs unless a resident provides some form of notice. On page 5 in line 8, strike or reasonably suspects. That was the section that I.
Okay. Yeah, I sure. I mean, I guess in response to your question, I don't know if you expect housing providers to actually proactively inspect for bed bugs without notice.
No, I'm just saying that there's other ways to reasonably suspect. Like, I don't think that's what that says. It says or reasonably suspects.
But how would, if the landlord has the burden, I'm still not clear how they would know without prompt notification or by some other means, perhaps, as I said, a maintenance technician sees bed bugs in and around a unit. So that would be reasonably suspect, sure, but under the bill, that's not entirely clear.
Well, you're asking for it to be taken out, is I guess what I was pointing out.
Correct.
And all I'm suggesting is there are other ways for them to reasonably suspect. And I wouldn't like to see that taken out. And I was just wondering why you were suggesting that, but I hear you. I just disagree, I guess. But thank you.
Okay, Delegate Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So the bill talks about tenant landlord. So I guess my question is, what is the duration of the stay? As Delegate Boyce pointed out, it's my understanding a lot of these occurrences are with hotels where they're passed on tremendously by hotels not cleaning up the rooms. So does this, I guess I'd be kind of anxious to hear from the experts as to what their opinion is on the volume of bed bugs being transported via hotel stays versus tenant stays, and whether or not this bill applies to hotels as well.
Well, I can address the hotel stay in terms of the legislation. There's nothing in here that is relevant to hotel stays. And if it's confusing that I'm trying to mix hotels into this legislation, then I need to quickly remove that. This is not something for hotels.
Well, so it doesn't apply to short-term rentals, this bill?
That let me check on that. Let me check on that one, because short-term rentals, in my opinion, short-term rentals is, if it's in there, is not supposed to be applying to hotels. These are short. If it's going to be short-term rentals, then it's going to be short-term rentals of rental units, like property managed units.
Because I mean, I know, I think in our area, for whatever reason, we do have people who are staying in hotels for extended durations. You know, I'm talking about week, 2 weeks, month, whatever.
Yeah, but and if I could just expand, the definition of a hotel is much different than the definition of a short-term rental for a private property.
Okay, so from the experts, I think we had two who worked in the industry, or Dr. Campbell. Is the issue more prevalent with hotels, or is it more prevalent with rental of private residences?
I don't have those statistics in the state of Maryland. I will say typically bed bugs are going to be most prevalent in multifamily housing, so in low-income communities and in buildings like Delegate Holmes' bill would address. It's typically going to be these large apartment buildings where you have a lot of residents in one building is where I see the most prevalence. I mean, of course, hotels do get bed bugs, but that's typically where we're not seeing the populations of hundreds, if not thousands.
Yeah, because as I recall, there was an app that you could go out and look at the incidences reported of bed bugs in a specific hotel. I've never seen that app for the same thing for rental properties. So, thank you.
Okay, Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have another question, but I wanted to pick up on something that Delegate Weigel asked about. So Delegate Holmes, would you, putting the idea of a hotel like a place that you go for vacation aside, but what about residential hotels, where sometimes hotels are residential hotels? Would this apply to that, or is that what you're going to look into?
That's what I'm going to look into. If we're talking about short-term rentals, then I can see where that would be an applicable use to this legislation.
Right.
If we're talking about hotels that have a definite different definition, then I am not intending to put in hotels into bill for this bill.
Okay, okay, thank you. Well, my question then is, what about if bed bugs are found in common areas of a rental facility? So for example, bed bugs in an area of the rental, not unit, but the rental community that are like common areas of the building, like in the lobby, for example. Is there anything in this bill that requires any kind of notification to residents about that kind of situation?
It is totally the intent of that common area to be included into this legislation as well. And again, based upon notification of those that are in the unit, once the landowner, the landlord is notified, then the process gets initiated. But is it totally the intent for common areas to be part of this as well? Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for bringing this bill.
Okay, thank you. That ends the hearing for House Bill 1069. Delegate Holmes, let's move to House Bill 1072.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are you? We are now on House Bill 1072, and I'm so very pleased to have in attendance on this call many residents that have talked about this particular issue for a number of years. And House Bill 1072 is a very simple piece of legislation, my colleagues. In some common ownership communities, there are places of business that are assisted living facilities. And this bill in no way is an attempt to eliminate those businesses if they're operating within the realms of the governing documents of the HOA. What this bill is requesting is that if there is an assisted living facility that is going to be operating within a common ownership community, that common ownership community should have the right to be notified that there's an assisted living facility within their neighborhood, within their HOA. And the reason why that is so important is because within the governing documents of any common ownership community, there are restrictions on businesses, restrictions on if a private property can be operating 100% of their home as a business. There are other provisions within the governing documents that specify what kind of businesses can be operating within the HOA. And again, the legislation is not asking any healthcare officers to document how well the assisted living facility is operating. We're not asking the healthcare facilities to look into how the patients are being taken care of in the assisted living facility. We're simply asking that if an assisted living facility is going to be operating within a common ownership area, the persons who are in the governance of the common ownership community must be notified to make sure that that assisted living facility is operating within the governing documents. That is all that this bill does, Mr. Chair. And with that, I will end my testimony.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Let's first call up Michael and Venetia Brown.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Stein. Before the clock starts ticking, I thought that Darrell Odom was going to go first, but thank you for calling on us. I just wanted to notify you that one of the key speakers that signed up to register, Mr. Warren Johnson, he didn't get the Zoom link. And so he has come to our home in hopes that you will allow him to testify. And if we need to relinquish our time, yield our time to him, we will do so. We can't hear you, you're on mute.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you said that he was not able to sign up, is that correct?
Well, he did sign up, but for some reason he didn't get the Zoom link. He signed up on Friday, the 25th of February.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Our procedure is if they're not properly signed up, then we can't call them. I'm sorry. But why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Stein, and to the committee members, I'm Vanita Brown, and my husband Michael will speak in just a moment. We're Hill and Trey Estates HOA Community Liaisons and members of the South County HOA Alliance. We support HB 1072. We've worked with Delegate Holmes for the last couple of years, and we appreciate you, Delegate Holmes, for sponsoring this legislation. We're concerned about the adverse impact that assisted living facilities are having in our residential HOA communities. We urge the committee to amend HB 1072 to clarify and ensure that common ownership communities have authority to disapprove assisted living programs when they conflict with our CLC governing directives. If the county approves an assisted living program, the specific CLC should have authority to disapprove for their common ownership community when these facilities are prohibited in the CLC's governing directives. Otherwise, it creates a conflict with the CLC's legal documents. We support assisted living facilities, but not in our residential communities where covenant directives prohibit. We're concerned about safety, health, environmental hazards that have plagued communities not designated for such commercial businesses and common ownership communities. We strongly urge that you favorably consider HB 1072 and amend the bill to ensure that the CLC has authority to disapprove the assisted living program license if it violates the common ownership community governing directives and or is a commercial business operating 100% in a location zone residential. Michael.
Yeah, so we are truly grateful for this opportunity to, along with my wife, I am aware of the assisted living facilities operating in the HOAs. This type of facility is a violation in our HOA covenants. We are a residential community. Understanding this, knowing that assisted living facilities have operated in other HOAs, it can't happen in our HOA, it can't happen in mine, and it can't happen next door to me. And understanding that it can't happen next door to me, what's the odds knowing that the assisted living facility will house 8 elderly people next door to me that I will know nothing about? What's the odds that the employees hired there work in the facility, cooking meals, distributing medicine, providing shots, cleaning, that they will take over our parking, which they have done in our communities? What's the odds that they have to have 24-hour service, and then that 24-hour service is cars coming and going in day and night? What is the odds that there's going to be a late night emergency that's going to occur, knowing that this facilities do associate and deal with the elderly, knowing that there'll be ambulances, flashing lights and sirens? What are the odds that the staff will throw away their syringes, their medicines, their gogs in the bags and throw them in the bags, and when it's trash day, if the birds get to them and then the winds blow, and all of a sudden these needles are on the ground? So what are the odds that our children getting off the buses, seeing these needles, will be curious and want to pick these up? I think the odds are too great for a assisted living facility to be right near our homes that are so close, our residential homes, I want to add. It's so great that I'm hoping that we get rid of those odds and we vote yes on this House Bill 1072. Thank you for hearing us. We're grateful for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Daryl Odom.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Barvet in his absence and Vice Chair Stein. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of being a proponent for this bill. I'm in favor of it as described earlier by Ms. Benita and Michael Brown. We all belong to a group of homeowners that reside within Southern Maryland, and we call ourselves the South County HOA Alliance. And we became aware of a concern in the year 2000 when it was noticed in one of our communities. We are 7 communities. We don't legally represent the communities, but we have a duty among ourselves to discuss things and try to resolve matters that may be problematic and suggest solutions. So we became aware that homeowners associations or communities were being subject to assisted living facilities within their common ownership community, unbeknownst to the HOA. And I think that the biggest problem has been described where some of those things could occur that you've heard, but to not seeing that it's solely assisted living facilities, the question that we pose is, could businesses, because these are actual businesses, the homeowners that have agreed to the covenant documents or governing documents are not living in the homes. They've rented them to businesses that are registered with the state of Maryland to hold this. So could we have barber shops? Could we have car repair shops and the like come into our community? So we were concerned that not having any pre-notice of this would be problematic. And we're hoping that this bill, if you find it favorable, would at least make notification to the HOA communities and the common ownership communities prior to such actions being approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Gloria Constant.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Gloria Constant, and in my previous role, I was the president of the Horizon Estates Association, and I support HB 1072. Our association is located and it's zoned rural residential. And we had no idea that a residential home was operating. What had happened was the property owner left the community, went to his homeland and rented out his 4-bedroom house to a commercial business operating an assisted living facility. We only become aware of the business when we receive complaints from neighbors about syringes, rubber gloves discarded on the property, medical equipment, alarms constantly going off, and ambulances regularly going to this property that sits adjacent to the community top lot and school bus stop. So I contacted the Office of Healthcare Quality, Maryland Department of Health, the Prince George's County Zone and Code Enforcement, and the Department of Permits, Inspections, and Enforcement. So DPI inspected the property and found the use and occupancy permit issued to the business was for 5 residents. The inspectors found 8 residents living there, plus many other violations of the permit. However, because the permit could not be revoked because it was issued by the state of Maryland, and the only concern the Office of Health Care Quality was the condition of the facility and nothing else. Personally, for me, the desired outcome of this legislation is when a business applies for an assisted living program license, if the plans to operate are in a HOA, notice is firstly given to the HOA and the license is not issued if it violates the HOA covenant and or the commercial business operating is 100%.
Ms. Constant, if you could wrap up, please.
Right, is 100% in a zoned residential area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the sponsor or the proponents? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1072. And Delegate Holmes, I think we're on to your last bill for today, House Bill 1097.
Don't sound so excited there, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Delegate Marvin Holmes, and before you right now is a bill which is relevant to appraisal bias in the state of Maryland. This bill is based upon something that the Biden administration is currently putting together, and what this bill is mirrored after is directly the same type of language that is in the PAVE. PAVE stands for Property Appraisal and Valuation Equity, as being put forward by the Biden administration. And Ben, if you could process the clip, it'll show you a news clip from WUSA 9 a couple of weeks ago. Roll it, Ben, if you don't mind.
Things will
change.
Maryland Delegate Marvin Holmes is banking on legislation submitted Tuesday calling for the creation of a task force focused on property appraisal and valuation equity to help address appraisal bias allegations throughout the state and especially in Prince George's County.
Most people don't even know that they have the ability to file a complaint about the appraiser.
The task force would study the effectiveness of policies and laws that regulate home appraisals. It would also assist in developing a model to have home values reassessed and recommend additional legislation.
Because of Channel 9's efforts to bring it to the forefront and because of the group that I'm involved with, the problems have come to light. And now that the problems have come to light, a lot more people are saying to themselves, you know, that happened to me too.
Last year, we shared the stories of families who say they lost anywhere from $60,000 to $500,000 because of home appraisals they claim were unfair and racially biased.
How is it that the wood and the walls and the nails, right, that were used, how are they worth less than what they cost us?
Since then, the group Fair and Unbiased Appraisal Advocates has been getting the word out, educating homeowners about how to respond to questionable home appraisals. Our reporting even prompted Maryland gubernatorial candidate and current state comptroller Peter Francho to request the state's attorney general investigate.
Let's get real, Maryland, and let's do something to address this issue.
But when we checked in recently, the AG's office would not comment on the investigation nor confirm if an investigation was underway.
Hey, you are for governor.
The issue of home appraisals is also now a hot topic on the campaign trail. Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore addressed it last week.
The reality is, in addition to the great work that you did, it should not have taken a leader, your report, to understand what your report unveiled. That these inequities have existed for a very long time within our communities. And I'm very proud of the fact that I was able to work with Senator Antonio Hayes on groundbreaking legislation that was able to address fair appraisal value in traditionally and historically redlined neighborhoods.
Moore is referring to a bill that requires the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development to submit a report examining how factors like race, income, and location impact appraisal bias. That report is due by June. But in a House meeting last December, officials admitted collecting the data is proving to be difficult because information is limited. Larry Miller, WUSA 9.
And yeah, Larry's going to keep on digging. He has done some extensive reporting.
Thank you very much, Ben, for rolling that clip. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, this is a problem. And if you look at this issue, it is a nationwide issue. However, I'm trying to focus in on it here in the state of Maryland. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will end my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Delegate. Now, my understanding is that two people from the Bankers Association who signed up for the bill did so mistakenly. So that means there are no other presenters, witnesses on this bill. So why don't we go to questions for the bill sponsor? Anyone have any questions for Delegate Holmes?
I'm assuming at this point, Mr. Chair, they're tired of hearing my voice and
no.
Thank you, Mr.
Not
Chair.
at all.
Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Delegate.
Sorry,
All
I
right.
don't know if you can hear me. Can I
So the next bill is sponsored by yours truly, House Bill.
Mr.
1060.
Chair.
Yes, oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Learman.
Sorry, can you hear me? I'm not sure if my microphone is
Not
working.
Not really, no.
Okay. Let's see if I can figure this out. Sorry.
Now that's better.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Great. I don't know how to make this work right, but thank you, Delegate Holmes, for bringing this bill. You know, because you helped pass it last year, that was the bill, Senator Antonio Hayes. That was my bill as well, and we passed it through here. And part of it was that DHCD right now is doing this disparity study on racial discrimination in real estate and in the appraisal industry. And so I was just wondering if you could talk about how your bill builds on or incorporates that study that's being done, just so I understand better, or so the committee members do.
Sure. What his bill and your bill talks about getting a report on some of the appraisal issues in the state of Maryland. This bill that I have talks about how to address the appraisal bias by doing a study, because there are certain issues that take place during the appraisal process that in some cases automatically put some persons at a disadvantage.
Sure.
Part of that also is the training received by the Appraisal Institute and the complaint process. And if you look at the bill, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 points that I'm looking at this bill, which will enhance upon what comes out of the bill that you and Delegate Hayes had. Senator Hayes had.
Got it. Okay, great. No, that makes sense to me. I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the bill sponsor? All right, Delegate Holmes, I think we're good with your bill. Next, we'll go to House Bill 1064. I'll give the opening testimony. Committee members, we hear a lot of bills related to situations involving tenant evictions, but there's one situation we haven't considered before, and that is what happens to the pets, particularly dogs and cats, when a tenant is evicted. Now, in most jurisdictions, a sheriff who's carrying out the eviction cannot put an animal out in the street to become a stray. Many sheriffs and landlords are conscientious and will call animal control to pick up a pet. But often they don't realize an animal is in the apartment or a rental house that's being vacated. And so that pet can be left to starve to death. And when an animal is saved by animal control, the family often never finds out where it was taken. Now, I'm sure a lot of us have pets, nearly 3/4 of renters have pets. And of course, we all consider pets to be family members. And so what this bill would do is it establishes guardrails to protect pets and their owners in the event of evictions. There are 4 basic provisions. The first one is the Department of Agriculture is to create a fact sheet with resources for pet owners who are facing evictions. And that fact sheet is to be provided to tenants who have pets and to all tenants who are facing eviction. After an eviction, the property must be immediately checked for pets. And again, we're talking about dogs and cats as defined under the bill. And those pets should be either reunited with the owner or taken to the local shelter. And the idea here is that shelters are very responsive when they're called, to pick up, a pet. The standard procedure is to come very quickly. So should a pet be taken to a shelter, the shelter should have the name and contact information of the pet owner, and the owner would be given information about the shelter. And then just to clarify, for those jurisdictions where this may not currently be the law, no pets can be left with property of the evicted tenant on the curb after an eviction. So in conclusion, these practices can be implemented through existing local procedures, and they create a necessary level of protection for pets and their owners. So actually, Delegates Learman and Healy, I see you've got questions, but if you don't mind, can I go to at least the first couple of advocates and then we can take your questions? Would that be all right?
I have a question, sorry.
Okay. Delegate Healy, is that all right?
Sure, of course.
Okay. First, I'd like to call up Emily Havermail with Human Rescue Alliance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Emily Havermail on behalf of the Humane Rescue Alliance and our thousands of supporters here in Maryland in enthusiastic support of House Bill 1064, legislation that will help protect pets and their owners by putting in place basic guardrails for pet owners when evictions happen. The Humane Rescue Alliance honors more than 150 years of commitment to protecting animals, supporting families, and advocating for positive changes to create a world where all animals can thrive. We are the largest animal services provider in our region, touching the lives of over 100,000 animals annually through adoption, community veterinary care, and other support services, and lost pet reunification. Last year, we adopted out over 4,000 animals to Maryland families. Pet ownership is only on the rise. It has increased to an estimated 70% of US households that own a pet, and studies consistently show that the vast majority of people consider pets to be an important member of their family. The tremendous surge in pet adoption and fostering during the pandemic has underscored the value and importance of the human-animal bond. Now more than ever, with so many of us experiencing unparalleled isolation, the importance of animal companions cannot be overstressed. Peer-reviewed studies show that the bond between people and their pets is linked to several health benefits, including decreased feelings of loneliness, anxiety, and symptoms of PTSD. For someone who is in crisis, losing their housing as a result of eviction, the added trauma of being separated from their pet is simply unimaginable. Delegate Stein has detailed the basic requirements that this legislation requires. I'll say that through our direct experience as an animal sheltering organization, backed up by those of housing advocates, we see situations on a regular basis where unfortunately eviction results in the separation of pets from their families. While these practices are common sense, many jurisdictions and landlords do not already voluntarily practice these, and we want to make sure that these are codified and universal across the state. These are the most basic of protections for pets and their owners, and we should do everything we can to keep pets out of
Emily, if you could wrap up, please.
I apologize. We should do everything we can to keep pets out of animal shelters and with the people who love them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lisa Radoff.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Stein, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Lisa Radoff, President and Chairman of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in support of HB 1064. You've heard excellent testimony from my colleague, Emily Hovermail, and you'll hear more. We need to ensure that best practices are being codified and being done uniformly by landlords. Landlords and property managers are accustomed to following the requirements of federal, state, and local laws to inform tenants of policies, facts, and rules in writing about the property. These disclosures can be included in the lease or rental agreement or some other form of writing and are typically shared with the tenant prior to move-in, such as the written disclosure of possible lead in buildings constructed before 1978. The steps in this bill are not difficult to implement and were outlined very well by Vice Chair Stein, and will protect vulnerable families and their beloved pets during a very difficult time, maybe one of the hardest crises that people will ever face. Thank you to Vice Chair Stein for sponsoring HB 1064, and I urge this committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Bevan Dangle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle, and I'm, hold one second, technical issue. I apologize. The Humane Society of the United States supports House Bill 1064. We want to thank the sponsor for the excellent overview of what the bill will functionally do. Animal and human welfare cannot be viewed independently. And now more than ever, it's becoming increasingly clear that to protect pets, we must protect people as well. House Bill 1064 does both. The bill requires very simple protective measures that frankly come across to many of us as common sense. But looking through the testimony, and especially the opposition testimony, it's clear that common sense is not so common. And from the horror stories we've heard that led to this bill being crafted, it has become increasingly clear that we have to ensure that these protections are codified so that in every jurisdiction, in every situation, renters and their pets are protected. The argument from the opposition that increasing the protections here and increasing the notification to owners could somehow generate an increase in pets being left behind, it is very sort of backwards in our perspective. We are facing a potential spike in evictions as some of the protections in place related to COVID begin to wane. And as those protections wane, we risk seeing more pets being left in buildings. And so getting this law passed through this year before that wave hits us is critical. We do support the 2 amendments that are mentioned in Maryland Legal Aid's testimony, expanding the definition of pet and ensuring that all forms of eviction, even technical evictions caused by failure to renew rent, are considered as part of the legislation. But simply for someone facing the trauma of losing their home, the added trauma of losing their pet because they cannot find it, they don't know what shelter it's at, or they had to leave, it was left behind, or it was put on the curb. Those are an additional trauma that is simply unimaginable.
Jennifer, if you
We
could
urge
wrap
a
up,
favorable
please.
report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to questions now for me and the first few witnesses. Delegate Healy, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Apologies to interrupt real quick, Delegate Healy. Vice Chairman, did you call on Catherine Flory or Catherine Dangle?
Not
both signed.
You're meant to
Not
call on.
yet, but I was going to get to the other witnesses after these initial questions.
Sure.
Can I go now?
Okay, Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this bill. This is I think very important, and I'm surprised that it's, you know, even something that we need to do, because I would think that it's the kind of thing that's already mostly being done. But
Delegate Healy, could you speak up a little bit, please?
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for this bill. It is really important, and I do think it's common sense, but I would like to ask about two things. One, how does this relate to landlords who have a no pets clause in their rental contracts? Are they still bound by this if the tenant has a pet in spite of the fact, or that it's not allowed?
Well, I would say if the landlord isn't aware that that the tenant is not going to have a pet, then there's no requirement at the lease regarding providing notice at the lease signing. There would be requirement to provide the notification upon notice of eviction, and there still would be a requirement to check the apartments or other units upon eviction to see if there is a dog or cat there.
So regardless of whether there's a ban on pets in the building, you know, just in general, you would still, on the case of an eviction, do a look and see, make sure that if there are actually pets there, they would be taken care of.
That's
Is that
right.
Okay, that's great.
That's correct.
That's wonderful. And the other question I had was about just dogs and cats, because I know a lot of people are very attached to their pet birds or rabbits or snakes or other pets that they might have. And they would also suffer if they were just abandoned in a building as well.
That's Delegate. That's a good point. In addition to our dog and cats at home, we have guinea pigs who would not be covered by the definition of pets. My thought was, let's start with dogs and cats, which are the most common pets. And, you know, if someone in the future wanted to build on that definition, that would be fine. But let's just start with dogs and cats.
Thank you very much. Great bill.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for yours truly or this initial panel? Okay, but then let's move on to other favorable witnesses, and then we have some favorable with amendments. Katie Flory.
Hello, my name is Katie Flory, and I am the Community Care and Advocacy Director for the Maryland SPCA. Vice Chair Stein, members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to testify today in favor of HB 1064. You have heard from all of my colleagues, so I do not want to say the same things that they were doing. But I am going to ask each one of you to imagine that you come home and you have been evicted from your residence. You don't know where your things are. You don't know where you're going to go next. And you also don't know where your animal is. Are they still inside the property? Are they at a shelter? Are they on the street? Many people that we talk to every day are going through this, and they don't know where to even start looking for their animal, for a place to live, where they can go. This bill would put those guardrails up that would allow people to know where to go, how to get their loved pet back. And I ask that you do give a favorable vote to HB 1064. You guys have had a long day, so I'll wrap it up very quickly, but thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll call up Catherine Dangle. And Catherine, is it possible that you have a connection to another witness who's already testified? You're on mute. Catherine,
Hello,
unfortunately, there we go. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the House Environmental and Transportation Committee. My name is Catherine Dangle, and I am a sixth grader at Glenwood Middle School in Western Howard County. I'm here to support House Bill 1064, which creates protections for pet owners facing evictions. I moved in 2009, and I remember how difficult it felt, how unpredictable. I can only imagine if my family was facing an eviction, especially if we didn't know if our pets were okay. I moved under.
Sorry, Catherine, we lost you. Catherine? Catherine, sorry, we lost you. We can't hear you. Catherine? Well, let's just let her, there you go. Okay, we can hear you again now.
Sorry. When I moved, there was a lot of planning, even for an optimal move. If we didn't have help planning the move, I want more people to have these resources and have better moves. And if the people don't plan for it, why should the pets suffer? Our pets do so much for us and are so loyal. I was lucky on my move because my pets got to stay with me. I want everyone to have these same merits. Please vote yes on House Bill 1064.
Thank you, Catherine. Great job. Your parents should be very proud. Next, we'll go to Ryan Washington. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, committee. Once again, my name is Ryan Washington with AOBA. AOBA is supportive with the amendments to this bill. AOBA understands the need to provide shelter for pets that have been left behind by residents and supports the intent of what this bill is trying to accomplish. However, the bill assumes that pets are left behind as a result of eviction. When in actuality, this bill does not address the issue of abandoned pets on property. In members' experience, residents are well informed about pending eviction cases, and pets are not accidentally left behind, but in fact are intentionally left abandoned on the property, where it leaves the housing provider having to provide a shelter for them. And the animal remains on the property after. This bill does not rectify the situation. Housing providers are in the business of providing a safe, habitable, and friendly environment for residents, and enforcing a notice provision really hinders that relationship between a tenant and a landlord. And furthermore, we do have amendments to help improve this bill, and we understand the intent. We're appreciative of the bill sponsor, and I would like to leave it open for any questions. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Well, there are two more witnesses. So why don't we, no, three more witnesses. Why don't we get to them, and then we'll take any questions. Next, Kathy Howard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. Kathy Howard for the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. I'm General Counsel of Regional Management, which is a member of that association. And we are favorable with amendments on this bill. This bill has a very good intent, and we certainly understand the enthusiasm for getting something like this done in the law. However, we do believe that there are some amendments that need to be made to the law. It's interesting that one of the things that has come out in the testimony so far is that there's a concern about tenants knowing exactly when an eviction is coming, and therefore that maybe the placement of a notice regarding what to do with your pet in those circumstances should be given to them. Tomorrow, we're going to hear a bill, I believe it's HB 1309, that would make a notice provision regarding evictions.
It doesn't look like I'm talking on the phone because I'm still in Zoom.
I think, Anne, if you could mute.
But anyway, I think there are some bills that we can couple with this to try to make that notice an effective notice. And the timing of that notice should probably come, we believe, further or later in the process of the eviction and the landlord-tenant relationship. We'll be happy to work with the sponsor and with the advocates to try to craft something that is going to make a lot of sense. One thing that I would, and we are concerned about the bill is that there is a lot of paper that flies back and forth amongst the landlord, the tenant, and the courts during the course of it at the coming eviction. And we're afraid that we are concerned that one more additional piece of paper may not be conducive. It may be confusing to the tenant at a very confusing time, and that it's all going to get lost in the shuffle of the paper. So I think we have to really look at our timing.
Kathy, if you could wrap up.
Thank you very
please.
much. Thank
Okay.
you very much for listening, and we look forward to working with the sponsor and the rest of the folks interested in the bill.
Thank you. Next, Grayson Wiggins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. I first want to thank the sponsor for meeting with us about this bill and having what we felt was a productive meeting yesterday. We certainly appreciate the intent of the bill, but as Kathy noted, there are some practical concerns that we had that I think we can get sorted out. As Kathy noted, residents do receive a significant number of notices during the court process and the eviction process. And we feel that this information may better be served when it's included in one of the documents that the court is already crafting or drafting, and that landlords or the court or the sheriff are providing to the resident. Specifically, we're looking at the warrant of restitution. And so we'd be happy to have continued conversations. On a personal note, I am sympathetic to German Shepherds, particularly. I grew up in families that saved German Shepherds. So shout out to Hawk, Noble, and Charlie real quick, if you don't mind. And I'll end it there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Grayson. Now, German Shepherds are great dogs. Next, let's go to Donna Bernstein.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you, Delegate Stein and committee members. My name is Donna Bernstein. I am a staff attorney in the Housing Consumer Law Unit of the Maryland Legal Aid. And I see these incidents all over and time and again. I've heard about them. If I'm lucky enough to hear about them before it happens, I do my best to help my clients find resources for their animals. But you have to remember that our clients are in crisis situations and often are not aware of the resources that are available to them. So I want to just say that Maryland Legal Aid is supporting this bill with amendments. We support it for obvious reasons, which is, first of all, that it creates a safety net for these animals that are left behind. And just to speak to the gentleman that spoke earlier, abandonment and leaving your animal behind are two separate issues. Abandonment is a crime, and you can report that. And it certainly would want to catch the animal if possible, but the shelter will take them. And so you have the law available and resources, excuse me. We would also support the fact that this law, aside from being a safety net for the animals, this bill increases the likelihood that my clients and all other low-income people will be reunited with their pets. These pets are very important to the low-income population. They create a much better quality of life for my clients, is what I've seen from intense research and investigation. I've worked on issues with Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. I've worked with many different organizations, and I feel that the best thing you can do for somebody is to help them to reunite.
Donna, if you could wrap up, please.
Sure. The other thing is that when you reunite parties with their pets, then you also reduce the chance of euthanasia because you create space in the shelter. But most importantly, I just want
Donna,
to say—
I'm sorry, I need to ask you to wrap up in a few seconds.
Okay. So this is also a bill that will provide contact for low-income people to get information from the shelters themselves, because the shelters can keep information on housing, and also where to get legal assistance with housing issues and others. So it opens up an avenue.
No, thank you. I have to cut you off.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Questions from committee members for any of the witnesses who are favorable with amendments? Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay, seeing none, then that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1064. Next, we'll move on to House Bill 1077. Delegate Charles, welcome, and you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Stein and the members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Nick Charles, and I'm pleased to testify in support of House Bill 1077, which is Department of Housing and Community Development Racial Equity Impact Assessment. This bill requires that the Department of Housing and Community Development, by December 31, 2023, and annually thereafter, complete a racial equity assessment. The assessment must evaluate 2 things. 1, the impact of the financial assistance administered by DHCD on racial minorities, and 2, whether that financial assistance administered by DHCD is equitably invested in communities with the largest need and those with the largest population of economically marginalized peoples. Some of those financial assistance programs, for some of you all who may not know, is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the Homeowner Assistance Fund, the Homelessness Solutions Programs, the Home Repairs and Energy Efficiency Improvement. In creating a racial equity impact assessment, DHCD must engage with independent experts to develop a rigorous assessment rubric that takes into account prevailing evidence on the efficacy of indicators in generating a fair, unbiased, and balanced assessment of impact of financial assistance on racial minorities. DHCD must also make the assessment available to the public. Today, I have with me Stuart Yasker of Acacia, and I also have Makita Henry Nicky of the Brookings Institute, who will bring forth a lot more detailed information on how we actually make this happen and take place. Before I pass it on to them, I ask that all of you look at this bill and give us a favorable support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Why don't we go through all the favorable witnesses, and no one has signed up to testify unfavorably. So let's go through the favorable witnesses and then we'll take questions. So with that, I'd like to call up Andre Perry.
Mr. Vice Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Perry isn't here today. He had a family emergency. So
Okay.
we do have Stuart Yasker in the waiting room, and I think he's already in, and Makita Henry Nicky from the Brookings Institute.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Yasker.
Hello, Vice Chair Stein, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Stuart Yasker. I'm with the Economic Architecture Project and with Ashoka, and I'm here in support of House Bill 1077. As background, it may be helpful to share with you that we have recently conducted independent research to identify innovative approaches to address the devaluation of homes in Black majority neighborhoods. In the last year alone, we've looked at work of over 6,000 organizations in cities and states across the country, including in Maryland. It is based on that research that we believe that racial equity impact assessments can be a critical tool to ensure that the financial assistance from the Department of Housing and Community Development goes to the places where it can do the most good. The example of Chicago is instructive here. The Chicago Department of Housing is one of the pioneers of using racial equity impact assessments on their own work. They found that historically their financial awards mostly benefited professional and mostly white-led developers. They also found that their projects tended to concentrate beneficiaries in disinvested areas. After performing a racial equity impact assessment, Chicago was able to change its practices. Chicago invested in over 2,000 affordable housing units. Almost half the projects were BIPOC-led or jointly led, and there was greater geographic diversity across the city. Also, racial equity impacts such as community wealth building, climate resilience, and transit-oriented development were built into the projects themselves. Racial equity impact assessments are a powerful tool that Maryland can and should have in its toolbox so that it can see the impacts of its actions and ensure that the financial assistance administered by DHCD is equitably invested in communities with the greatest need. Also, by joining the growing number of cities and states using REIAs, Maryland should benefit from a growing number of peers to limit any costs associated with this. I ask you to vote in favor of House Bill 1077, and I look forward to taking any questions that might be helpful. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Makeda Henry-Nicky.
Chairman Barvé in his absence, Vice Chair Stein, and distinguished members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. My name is Makeda Henry-Nicky. I'm a research fellow at the Brookings Institution. However, I'm here today in a personal capacity to support HB 1077. I agree with Mr. Yasker that DHCD has an opportunity to reimagine its affordable housing agenda, one that advances its physical production targets alongside of thoughtful racial equity goals. Long-standing structural racism in housing policy directly implicates the federal government and state authorities in remaking our housing markets so that they explicitly recognize the moral failings of the past and proactively build policies to close gaps in access. Now, HB 1077 calls for provisioned investments to be evaluated through this racial equity lens, which is by no means a silver bullet. Instead, I encourage the members of this committee to appreciate racial equity assessments as an evaluative framework that helps decision makers develop competencies and a critical appreciation for the full set of consequences, both positive and negative, that result from policy decisions. Importantly, racial equity assessments necessitate proactive decisions on who to include in this process, require stakeholders to define benefits, and mandates accountability by explicitly accounting for social costs and trade-offs. The General Assembly cannot assume that written policies are working as intended or that community-specific programs are automatically producing equitable outcomes. So the racial equity impact assessment as proposed by HB 1077 ensures that DHCD's policymakers evaluate their policies, make sure the function of those policies do what they're intended to do and to work for everyone, and to choose the broadest path to equity, as well as proactively design strategies to reduce or eliminate racial disparities. We are calling for a racial assessment rubric that relies on a panel of experts because metric selection is a complex process. We encourage this panel of experts to be cross-disciplinary and include folks in anti-discrimination law, organizational theories of change, community advocacy, and evaluation. I'll close by saying other places have recognized the criticality of equity-centered policies. Maryland should follow their lead. And I thank Delegate Charles for moving this important bill forward and urge the committee to vote in favor of HB 1077. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Gregory Countess has signed up, but I understand he's not here with us right now. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't believe he's here still.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go to questions. Does anyone have questions for the sponsor or any of the witnesses? All right. Well, seeing none, thank you very much. And Delegate Charles, next we'll move on to your House Bill 1108.
Thank you, sir. For the record again, I am Delegate Nick Charles, and I'm pleased to testify in support of HB 1108. Which is real property land installment contracts, requirements, and vendor duties and limitations. This bill makes various changes to the requirements for land installment contracts, including those relating to 1, title searches, 2, required inclusions within contracts, and 3, the applicable threshold when a purchaser may demand a grant of the property subject to specified conditions. The bill also includes numerous technical and stylistic changes. Under current law, unless an earlier period is specified in the contract, when 40% or more of the original cash price of a property is paid, the purchaser may demand a grant of the subject premises on the condition that the purchaser execute a purchase money mortgage to the vendor or to the mortgagee procured by the purchaser. What this bill does is it reduces the threshold to 20%. The bill similarly reduces the threshold for when a seller under a land installment contract is required to mail or deliver specified statements to the purchaser. The bill prohibits a vendor from executing an agreement with the purchaser that assigns to the purchaser an outstanding mortgage or other lien secured by the property that is subject to the land installment contract without granting the purchaser the deed to the property as specified. Once again, I have Ashoka Stewart Yasker, and the Brookings Institute, Makita Henry Nicky, here to expound even further on the bill. I'm hoping that we can get a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yasker.
Hello, thank you, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you on behalf of HB 1108. As you all know, land installment contracts are a form of seller financing that can enable home purchase of small dollar properties when mortgages are not available. They've been growing in prominence since the Great Recession. We also know that land installment contracts have a lamentable past. Without appropriate constraints, they can become a predatory tool in the hands of unscrupulous sellers. For example, it's estimated that in mid-last century, roughly $3 to $4 billion of wealth were extracted from members of the Black community. Still, if land contracts are designed well, they can play a critical role in enabling the purchase of small dollar properties. In many respects, Maryland is already a leader in thinking through how to design land installment contracts. HB 1108 offers a chance to take another important step forward in this area by making targeted changes that will protect home buyers and reinforce the strength and reliability of the Maryland housing market. It's for these reasons and others that I am speaking today in favor of HB 1108. I ask you to consider it favorably. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Henry Nicky.
Again, thank you, Vice Chair Stein, for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1108, which seeks to expand consumer protections for buyers who rely on land installment contracts as a gateway to homeownership. We know that land installment credit challenged individuals and others facing housing crises have increasingly turned to informal homeownership pathways, such as land contracts, as an alternative financing tool for home purchases. Historically, these contracts have been associated with predatory selling practices that exploit the aspirations of vulnerable buyers. Notably, these transactions are prevalent in low-income neighborhoods, those with high rates of vacancies, and tend to show up in those underserved by traditional banking institutions. Although Maryland's consumer financial regulation framework provides protections for land contract buyers, such as enacting pro-buyer foreclosure rules and fair pricing mandates that require sellers to disclose prior valuations, we believe more work is needed. Specifically, HB 1108 fills that gap. It calls for clean title security through vendor attestation or explicit borrower acknowledgement and acceptance of title issues, and reducing the threshold to demand deed to the property from 40% to 20%. I'd like to note that this provision can provide buyers with an earlier on-ramp to the conventional mortgage market through affordable lending programs, both through nonprofit agencies, those sponsored by DHCD, and also those available through the secondary market and traditional banking institutions. Now, current regulations embody critical gaps that expose land contract buyers to abusive seller practices. HB 1108 addresses these gaps and is shaped by research from the Enterprise Institute and the University of Michigan's Poverty Solution. Importantly, it strengthens consumer protections by continuing Maryland's work to make land contracts function as a positive credit institution, as a positive credit instrument, as opposed to its historic use. I urge the committee to vote in favor of HB 1108 and make land contracts safe investments for vulnerable buyers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the bill sponsor or the proponent witnesses in support? No? Okay. Well, Delegate Charles, thank you very much. Good to see you.
Delegate Stein, Mr. Vice Chair, it looks like you guys are a little tired, man. I think Delegate Holmes tired everybody out today.
It's only 5 o'clock, so it's not too late, but we're nearing the end. But thank you, Delegate Charles.
No problem.
So, and speaking of the last bill, now I'd like to call up Delegate Adams, House Bill 1140.
Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members. Let me bring it home with a brief and very simple bill. HB 1140 is a voluntary program where we're creating under DNR a certification program for firewood. And so let me just say that the rationale behind the bill is twofold. One, we want to help to eradicate the emerald ash borer, which is an invasive tree killing bug. Secondarily, we want to keep markets open for our businesses in the forestry industry that would like to sell firewood out of state. So why am I introducing the bill? The USDA recently stopped the certification program and has put it to the states to create their own individual programs. What we're seeing now are states that are demanding if firewood's going to come into their borders, that those businesses have a certification and that these state certifications will meet the criteria given the conditions of this bill. So what does the bill do? It establishes a voluntary program. So only for those businesses that would like to take advantage of the training and then be able to use that certification to sell out of state. That state licensed forest operators can secure this bona fide DNR certification and not the USDA to sell firewood. And why is it important in past? Well, the obvious point is that USDA no longer offering that certification. We need to help out and step up, help DNR create this program, stand up the certification, and get our businesses in a good spot where they can expand their markets. So with that, Vice Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 1140.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. First witness is Bill Miles.
Looks like Mr. Miles just joined the waiting room. I'm letting him in now.
Okay.
Can I look from the computer? Here we go. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Thank you so much. I am borrowing Beth Hill's computer here. Thank you so much, and I appreciate Bill Miles on behalf of the forest products industry by way of the Association of Forest Industries. Thank you so much for the opportunity to briefly discuss this with you. The long and the short of this is that America's fight against the emerald ash borer, this green little nasty insect that destroys these ash trees, is over with. The feds have said we cannot beat the bug. So as a result, they're focusing now on what they call biocontrol, which are basically these little tiny wasps that they let go in these certain areas and they kill these emerald ash borers. So because the feds have walked away with it, they said, one, we can't beat them. It's costing too much money, so let's go after them for biocontrol. That then left the states to decide for themselves what they want to do in terms of certifying firewood that comes into their state that is free from emerald ash borer. So right now, Maryland does not have a program. We talked with the Department of Agriculture. We talked with the Department of Natural Resources, hoping they had the regulatory authority to do this so we wouldn't have to come to Annapolis and ask for legislation. They said, no, the AGs for both agencies said, you don't have the authority. You must secure legislative approval. So that's where we find ourselves. At present, there's about 9 states that we know of that will not take, that are closed to us. They will not take any firewood from Maryland. And as a result of that, those markets are closed. This bill would set up a voluntary program in DNR, and DNRs, you should have testimony ideally supporting this bill, which, should be before you, and with our testimony, by the way, as well. And it would just, it would be an opportunity for Maryland then to certify its firewood. So states that are now closed to us because of the emerald ash borer would then receive it. All the other pets, there's like all kinds of bad bugs in trees. We take care of that through MDA, and all our wood products are dry kilned. At the end of the day, this bill with DNR would certify our kilns.
Bill, if you could wrap up, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I will stop there.
Okay.
It's a good bill.
Thank you. Okay, next, Beth Hill.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for allowing me the opportunity to voice my support for the establishment of the voluntary firewood treatment certification program. For the record, I'm Beth Hill, Executive Director of the Maryland Forest Association. We represent the entire forest community statewide. MFA is a conservation-minded group that wants to see forest remain as forest. 70% of our members are family forest landowners that depend on foresters, loggers, and manufacturers to care for their land. Our members' top reasons for concern are lack of markets, forest health, and development pressure. We believe that the forest that pays stays. So strong markets are key to conservation efforts and maintaining forest health. Our organization worked closely with both MDA and DNR to develop the language of this bill, which gives the Department of Natural Resources the authority to inspect and certify the kilns used to dry and heat treat firewood are operated to standards designed to control the spread of forest pests such as the emerald ash borer, the gypsy moth, and the spotted lanternfly. Historically, USDA APHIS has provided this certification, but they are slowly discontinuing the program and turning it over to the states. Currently, as Mr. Miles stated, no agency in Maryland has the authority to provide this service. Supporting existing entrepreneurs that anchor the industry, encouraging innovation in emerging sectors, and enhancing market opportunities are all overarching goals outlined in the recently completed Forestry Economic Adjustment Strategy. The EAS was a 2-year study that gathered stakeholder and agency input from across the state to develop an action plan to recover the declining forestry sector. In summary, MFA supports this bill. It's a voluntary program, but it is essential to retain and expand markets across the state. Therefore, we respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now to close things out, we have Joe Hinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Turn yours off, Bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Hinson. I'm a consulting forester in Salisbury, Maryland, and I work with companies that both manufacture firewood, and I work with companies that have considered entering the market. The trees that go into firewood are the suppressed smaller trees that exist in any forest stand, and for which there is generally no market. Firewood provides that market, allows foresters to take those trees, make a useful product out of them, and concentrate the growth on the better trees that remain. What happens is loggers sort those trees out in the woods, take them to a firewood mill. They're bucked up into 18-inch or whatever lengths, put into the dry kilns. Dried, heat treated for roughly 36 hours. And then USDA gives us a sticker to affix to every single package that says the dry kiln operations have met what's necessary to control pests. USDA has been stated is pulling away from that. And without that certification, it becomes virtually impossible to ship firewood across state lines. So this bill authorizes a small but very important program within DNR. Without that program, existing operations could not operate without the certification, and it would be an instant, insurmountable barrier to any company that would like to enter that market. So we do hope that the committee can act favorably on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the bill sponsor or the witnesses? All right, seeing
I got my hand up there.
Oh, you do?
Delegate Stein. There it is. Look, see that?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry I missed you. All right. Sorry about that, Delegate Jacobs. Go ahead.
Well, you know, we were having so much fun. I didn't want the day to end too soon. But Beth Hill, I got a question for you. I know you did mention spotted lanternfly, and we have a pretty serious problem right now with the proliferation of spotted lanternfly in the northeast part of the state, and there are multiple counties under quarantine now. Isn't it true that this would be really helpful in this process in eliminating some of that problem where we got that spotted lanternfly just crossing all over county lines in the northeast? I mean, we got past the boring creature, but now we've got, you know, the lanternfly. Now, we haven't seen where it's done a lot of damage, but it certainly will stop it from creeping across the lines into other parts of the states and other states as well, right?
Yeah, well, definitely
that correct?
anytime you heat treat to kill those insects and forest pests, it definitely helps eliminate the spread of them. So yeah, this program establishes, so DNR will come in, inspect the dry kiln records of the operators that are doing that heat treating process to make sure that they're getting up to the proper temperatures to kill the pest and staying at those temperatures for the amount of time needed for that to happen. So yeah, definitely it's not, it doesn't mean that by passing this bill, those forest pests are going to go away, but hopefully it does help, slow those processes down.
That's good. I need some firewood, so I just want to make sure I can get a hold of some good kiln drying firewood. So thank you.
I know
very
where
much.
you can get it.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Delegate Jacobs. Any other questions? All right, well, seeing none, then that concludes our bill hearings for the day. Announcements. Delegate Gilchrist, or
Mr. Chair.
yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the Natural Resources and Agriculture Subcommittee will meet at 5:30.
Okay, thank you. Any other announcement? Okay, I'll just mention that the Environment Subcommittee will be meeting tomorrow after bill hearings. Any other subcommittee announcements or?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. On that note, the Housing and Real Property will meet tomorrow after bill hearings as well. And I promise not to speak as much tomorrow as I have today.
Okay, thank you, Delegate.
Motor
Okay.
Vehicle will meet on Thursday as regularly scheduled. So Thursday, as regularly scheduled, we will meet.
And land use, sorry, Mr. Chair, land use
go
will
ahead.
also meet on Thursday at noon.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Local government will also meet on Thursday, right immediately following the bill hearings.
okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right, well, that wraps things up for today. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.